Hello? How's everyone doing? Sorry, 1 second. Let me go grab a napkin really quickly, or like a wet wipe, so I can eat my wrap. We can get into it and hang out. You've gamered someone, but you don't think it was Noah. Okay. Actually, let me double check. There we go. Hi, Idolac. Let me say hi to everyone. It's good to see you all. I am 30 minutes late, but you know what? Better than yesterday. We're making progress. When it was very OP, yeah, it was terrifying. Especially demo night cabers. We're making progress. We're doing it. I believe in us. I put my earbud back in, say hi to everyone. How's your day? How's everyone's Sunday been so far? Hopefully pretty chill. Hopefully pretty good so far. I'm glad that you all are sharing. I'm glad that you are like, sorry. I'm glad people are having, you know, like small wins and stuff, which is really nice. Ether locked down? Is it? I don't know actually. Does anybody know if Ether's locked? Has anybody tried to get in? Hanging at the Fight Club today? The Fight Club? You got a deadline tomorrow. Oh no. Are you working on it today and tomorrow? Or is it mostly going to be tomorrow, Wolves? Also, I believe in you. I'm sending you all the good luck, okay? Last we checked, Ether is open. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I guess we could just listen to this as well. I'm okay with listening to this or listening to Gridania music. Sorry, I gotta fix my hair. I think my clip got messed up earlier. Also, I have food! I know. Okay, you say hi to everyone. Hi, Pravis. Thanks for the first. Hi, Win. Hi, Mord. Hi, Wolves. How's it going, everyone? Hi, Gnome. Hi, Idolac. Hi, Cade. Let's see. I only got work today to work on it, and it'll be out there just tomorrow morning. That's okay. Do you get paid overtime at the very least, Wolves? Because this sounds obnoxious to have such a tight deadline, and like they should have given you way more adequate time to work on it. It's already. Oh no! Over here, it's going to be rough. Are you gonna have to pull an all-nighter and then work again tomorrow as well afterwards? Fight Club is a friend's venue. Okay. Is it silly? Is it fun? I hope Fight Club is not scary though. Sounds like a toxic office job. It really does. It sounds awful and miserable. Let me swap over as well. Hi, stranger. How are you? But I have food today. I'm excited. Wait. Do we have enough time for Orban? Like, wait, do we maybe have time for Orban today? To do a quick Orban run before we... Oh wait, did the alerts not work? Are they off right now? Let me double check. Oh, they are off. Sorry. One moment. Thank you, Pravis. Let me replay that. Let's see. No, we do not have time. We don't have time. Okay, no, we don't have time for Orban. I'm sorry. Orban after we do everything. Yeah, we do have a post Orban run. Yes, plenty of time. I should be back from the store by then. Well, Win says we don't have time, and I gotta trust Win. Also, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the support and the bits. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 18. Thank you for the 69. I really need to work through some of the old bit alerts again and then remake them or like add some new stuff. I definitely want to add some of the old stuff, but I want to make like a bit menu as well. Do we have time to lock in? We might not have time to lock in like that. I don't see notifications on screen. Oh, I turned them off. I turned them off because there it is. I'm sorry, I turned them off yesterday because we were in the middle of MSQ. I forgot. No wonder I didn't hear Kexing. I'm so sorry, Kexing. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is, but I need to find him and say sorry and replay them. No, this was on purpose, but I forgot that we did it because we ended stream like at 1 a.m. So yeah. Normal raids are gonna take longer than you think. They are? Ugh. Okay, all right. The thing is, wherever we end up in normal raids, I literally have to stop at around 6 because that's when our raids start happening. That's when raiding happened. Oh wait, what time is it? Well, I'm gonna be late for raids. Never mind. Raids actually might be later in the evening than I thought. I am dumb. The thing is, I was slowly working towards starting at 12, but as you can see, I'm just on time. You know what? Maybe we actually don't end up doing Eden raids today. That might happen. Okay, yeah. You know what? We're rescheduling things. We're unsure. It's a big maybe. We might need to just jump into MSQ immediately after I finish my sandwich. Okay, like I said, I might reschedule it. It just might happen on Wednesday. When I think it's just gonna happen on Wednesday, I was hopeful, but I didn't realize the time. And then if I do, I mean, we could start later for our raid. That's everyone who's part of the raid is part of stream and will probably be here at some point in time. Okay, we could start at 7 actually. Or 6:30, okay. Maybe raids start at 7. Because we only have until 10 for a lot of people, it looks like, who are available. Do the first sets before 5 point. Yes, I will, don't worry. No, when next week, okay, the original plan actually was I just go ahead. I was supposed to do it today, like this week, right? You know, and I forgot. I didn't realize it. I forgot on Thursday because I ended up taking Wednesday off to rest. But, so yeah, I forgot about that, and what I was gonna do, I was just gonna do them Wednesday and Thursday. So I was gonna do part 1 raids Wednesday and part 2 raids Thursday, and then we're gonna go ahead and do 5.3 and then end up doing the last part after 5.3 was the goal. Yes, but yeah, we are gonna definitely do it, I promise. So yes, I also have a wrap. It's not very pretty. I'm gonna work on making it prettier, but I ended up getting some turkey. I ended up getting some like turkey at the store, and I got some lettuce. I also had some leftover guac, and I bought more guac. And I also had some like ranch in the fridge, dairy-free ranch in the fridge. So it was like a turkey ranch wrap. And it's so tasty and wonderful. I don't have any tomatoes or anything else. I wish I had some onions too to put in here, but I think this is pretty decent. Oh, I had some dairy-free cheese that I bought the other day too. So this is a nice simple wrap that I could definitely add more to, and I'm happy about it. But yeah. Hi, Kexing! I'm sorry about yesterday, I forgot! I didn't hear it! I replayed the alert!
Very nice.
Kushingwen just subscribed.
Bards are so whimsical. I've never played a bard. Well, I don't have bard unlocked. I didn't realize how dancy they are. Who dances more, a bard or a dancer? No, a dancer. Dancers are definitely always dancing. What's the new mouse you're gonna get? Bards are fun? It's tempting. I know I eventually would like to unlock Bard. I don't know. I don't know if I'll end up liking Bard more or Dancer. There's the cool bow as well. You love giving buffs out? Are there a lot of buffs? Maybe I like that. Maybe I like giving buffs to people and not having to worry about their health. Good luck on your queue. Thank you for a whole year. Thank you for 12 months. I really appreciate it a lot. I gotta finish this thing. Finish it. Wipe my hands. Get into MSQ. We gotta go. We gotta book it. We can't have today. We cannot have an hour of yapping at the beginning. Max 30 minutes. At 10 minutes left. What is your least favorite physical range? You have a solid quest line though? So I wonder. So I definitely plan to do all the stories. And it's gonna be really interesting how I kind of rank all of them as well. I would love to do a tier list in the future of like ranking my favorite like job quests. I'm really excited about that. I want to play Machinist. I think most of everyone has updated their times for the one to meet. It might be after 6 EST is when I'll end up being done, but you all will know, and I will I will give you an update. If anything, what we could also try to do is start the questing for the raids as well. When we might start the questing, but not necessarily finish it, and just work on it Thursday. Hi Yulda. Hi Mord. Hi Kexing. Hi Cade. Hi Gnome. Hi Humble. A nice chunk of damage with some healing and shielding buffs sprinkled in. Now it kind of makes me a little afraid that I won't properly time my buffs, my buffs and my shields in. I feel like that's extra stress on top of just playing Bard normally. I have not done the Limit Break 3 tier list yet. I haven't even gone in and looked at all the limit breaks. I need to, I know. Great rap. What do you another one? Okay. Making progress. I'm gonna check my teeth for food. That's actually what I kind of dislike about Bard. Rotation for the song best and keeping in line is not my cup of tea. That's what I'm a little worried about, because like I already have to kind of like keep the rotation for healer. And I'm like, I wonder if it'll end up being like, why would I play Bard when I could just heal instead if I wanted the same thing? But like, it's still a lot of, I'm sure it's still a lot of impact, but like a different type of impact. And I'm worried that I might not like it. Hi, Wolf. Monk is the best DPS? The best? How are you gonna tier list it? Is it just Monk is S tier and everything else is just below S tier? Yeah, for sure. I think also another thing that I've learned is I really need to give like time and effort into each of the classes, because like even though like even though I just didn't like Paladin that much, it was fine. I was like, okay, I got a rotation down. I understand what to do. I didn't have fun, right? I didn't have any fun doing it. But when I started playing Dark Knight, I was like, okay, I get it. I like this more. It's fun. And then I went back to Paladin and I was like, okay, I kind of understand how Dark Knight fits into Paladin, and then how Paladin is different, and then how like the reasons why it's different, and like the pros and cons and stuff like that. So I imagine that whenever I continue with my DPS arc, I'll be learning that a lot. Of like, okay, this reminds me of this class, but yeah, it reminds me of this class, and this is why I may or may not like it. Yes, we'll work on that. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna throw these napkins away, and I gotta get floss real quick. Part is very whimsy. I want to make it, so I want to make it work. That's the thing is, that's why I fell in love with White Mage so early. It's just, I'm gonna play White Mage no matter what, probably. Hi, Ken. This is not as early as I wanted it to be, but we're mostly on time, and within the next 4 minutes, I need to start MSQ. So, actually, that's where I'm saving the time. Because I'm starting MSQ, I'm gonna start MSQ so early. Yeah, we got this. Okay, all right, everyone. Go get your snacks, go get your water, whatever you need. I'll see you in a second. You know what? I'm gonna also play a 90-second ad. I'm so sorry for anybody who has ads, but I will be right back just to get everything ready, and then we're gonna go to Norvrent. We got this. Alright. Lip balm. Got my water. We'll take our regular break times. I also bought more tissue at the store today. S tier, A tier, B tier, F tier, Z? There's a Z? You made a Z tier? Not even E tier, a Z tier? These are very strong choices. We eating some? Ooh, barbecue chicken sounds great. Do you have any beans or cornbread or anything like that? Just run all tanks. Problem solved. But I like healing. I like healing. Alright. Let's do this. Fix my bangs really quickly. Hair's kind of messy, but it's fine. Got my earbuds in, or earbud. I have my other one over here whenever there's big MSQ stuff. Hi, Nina. Nina, I have a question. And I'll get you a link as well, but could you update your times? Because we ended up making a new when to meet, and I just wanted to double check and make sure that everyone who is probably going to be like raiding tonight has their times updated as well. Also, hi Nina, how are you? Maybe people just enjoy Monk, don't like Bard. That's really interesting, actually. Because like I kind of asked that with people who like enjoyed particular healers of like, oh, if you like this healer, like is there a healer you don't like kind of thing? Oh, oops, sorry, wrong wrong thing. I was trying to move my seat. There we go. I can move the seat depth in and out a little bit, and sometimes I like to move it out so I can cross my legs on my chair. Updated, thank you. But how are you today? How's your Sunday been? Have you been enjoying, hopefully, a day off, right? I'm pretty sure you mentioned a day off. Alright. I'm gonna move you all over here. And I am... I can mute the alerts. All right. We're starting. I have literally 2 seconds. Okay, I'm good. We are good. Did you want to come with us? Bye, Mord. I'll see you later. Have fun in TF2. Hi, Illuminati. How are you? So cute.
Happy soup and or sandwich Sunday for all who celebrate.
Oh my gosh. I had a sandwich, an open face sandwich earlier, and then I also had a wrap. Soup Sunday. Oh my gosh, Soup Sunday sounds wonderful. I want soup now. Thank you for the 100 bits. Did you have a soup? Hi, Allykin. How are you? You've been off all weekend. No. I'm angry at whoever gave you a cold, Nina. I'm so sorry. Have you been having rest? Are you feeling all right? It feels like Flow better than Bard, which is weird. How does Bard feel like there's no rhythm, but Monk is like breakdancing? I'm kind of curious though. So has Bard gotten any changes or like more changes since Dawn Trail? Do you think they'll ever end up like reworking it, or do you think Bard players are pretty content playing Bard? 3 comms? Nice. Okay, all right. Where am I doing? I am going to TPS to the cups. Oh gosh, too much. Too much gills. MSQ. I just got home for MSQ. Yay! I just need a speed run and a shower. You got this. Don't worry. I'm sure what I'll end up doing. What I'll end up doing, sorry, my brain is working too fast, is I'm gonna talk to everyone here. Take your time with the shower. You're all good. I was actually a little late to stream, but we're starting early in terms of not yapping for an hour and only 30 minutes. So pretty good so far. Pretty good. More arrows? Ooh, more arrows. As a bard, maybe it has not changed a lot in a long time. Vaddie, would you like it to change? Is what I'm curious about. As a bard main, would you like it to change? Also has sand systems, which lets you flow seamlessly between single and AoE without dropping your combos. That's kind of really cool though. Do you think they'll ever, like, do you think they plan to kind of like rework some of the other classes to like flow better? Fish. Yes, fish. Fishmen. No, particularly, no, not particularly, no. Okay, I guess like for the people, oh, this person needs clothes and pants? That's an interesting choice to go through MSQ being naked. But you know what? I'm not here to judge you. I'm just here to just say what my thoughts are. Okay, so I got my notes from yesterday, right? So, I'm trying to think what else. Things that we have to deal with really quickly as I continue. Elidibus is in Arbert's body snatcher, violating his body. We gotta go to Amarant. Wait, no, Amarant for clues. We gotta help Gaius with Ultima. And then Xenos is like allowing a civil war to happen in Garlemald. And some white hooded figure is like romping around. I don't know what they're doing. And that's what's happened. Be lurking, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. You wouldn't snatch his body too? No, I'm not, no. You have to consent. If you're gonna body snatch, you gotta consensually do it. And that was not consensual. The devs say there might be some big changes in 8.0. We should take it with a grain of salt though. I'm sure they have plenty to do though. I have every job at 100, and there are things I like about other jobs, but I don't think every job needs all the things. That makes sense. And then they killed other DOT upkeep class, from what I understand, of the very damage over time is very DPS. Naker, yeah, I did see the Nikki lizard man. I'm looking away though. Okay, hi Alize. This place feels much less ominous than the first time we were here. Then again, we did have the shadow of your impending death sorry, the shadow of your impending death hanging over us. So true, Alize. Don't be shy now. Don't be shy. You're Stola. We love you. We love you, Stola. I think at this point we probably I would think, at least in my head canon, we'd probably be close enough to call her Stola. But we call her probably Yastrola, like, when we're out and about doing missions and whatnot. Like, we say her full name. We gotta put respect on her name. Because, you know, sometimes we usually call Alfie Alpha, like, Alpha no Alfie, right? But, like, sometimes we'll use his full name. Perhaps we might look in Pashon when we're in the area. Mayhaps we shall find the secrets in... Mayhaps we shall find the secrets we seek in these depths, should their keepers consent to aid us. The last time we were here, the Ondo sent us to slay a massive creature. 'Twas as large as a leviathan, twice as angry. And yes, of course I jest. It was only half as large. Twice as angry, half as large. Doesn't that describe a Lala? I'm just realizing it sounds kind of Lala-esque. I'm glad to have the opportunity to visit the Tempest again. It's so lovely here, like a different world entirely. Oh, Reen. Baby Reen. Oh, no, your girl. Yeah, accidentally a word sometimes. Very, very little of the DPS. Okay, for the damage over time. I'm not a pant stature or a body stature. Rude. I love damage over time as they keep taking him away. So I mean, but why? Is it something about like a rotation thing? Are they trying to make you do less damage or more like active doing things? We love damage over time. Our huge amount, especially in bulk, they were just require effort to maintain because they set it and forget it. You gotta watch timers. No? Okay, let me mute this really quickly. Let's talk to Talshi? I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us? This music. Runes which your kinds have yet to explore? I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I'm afraid we cannot spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meal, the Bethno have pillaged our stores of Mayuri liver. They have been replenished with haste. The Benthos? The Benthos? A particular violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. The band of bottom feeders. We all have lost much in the flood. But while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Oh gosh, revenge they call it. When they prey upon your kind, but do not be fooled. They do not care whom they harm. Would that we had warriors to challenge them. Well, are we going to be challenging them? This is not the first thing they've stolen from us, but there's no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a befitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, we could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby drawing back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. I think that's reasonable as well, because like as much as they've helped us, we're still like disturbing the ecosystem here, and I think if it's something that will help both of us, and then also, you know, like get back their stuff, and they can also help us again. And also, you know, we're definitely like to blame. Like not opposed to it. One good turn and all that. We certainly can't leave them like this. Could we not simply hunt Mayuri ourselves? I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the store as it is. Reclaiming the store as it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the liver back to the Flounder's floor, but be warned, there are no shortages of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we? Sneaky mission? Northwest. We Ondo keep our distance. Were we not in dire straits, I would advise you to do the same. So this, dang, it's a little sad. I wish I had ended up, like unlocking this area, but it is too late now. We're gonna just do our best. We got from here? I guess we could. No, not really. Has been phasing out buffs slowly whenever they can. Boo. Ah. Okay. Going up this way, I think. Yeah. So 1 second as we continue forward. That was itchy. I did take allergy meds. Oh, I probably should take my other meds too. It's good to be on top of our meds. Oh, it's these one. The Minuri? Minuri? So many buffs on a player whenever they hit. They didn't get. Oh, they didn't get invuln, really? Take your meds, everyone. Take your meds, drink your water. Oh, okay, this way. Gotta turn a little bit. Humble me? Like, do I, like, if I have a preference between the two of them? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is the first time! Cause it was like, it was like glamored essentially, right? This is the first time we've seen like Emerald in the distance like this. It is so pretty. Oh, wow. It's so cool. I can't wait to fly in this area. I really want to look at everything. Yes. So the thoughts between the difference between it. I mean, I personally for me personally, I seem to react a bit better to regen healing because like I don't know a lot of the maps very well. I've gotten better at like, you know, watching the cast bars. Yeah, I've gotten better at watching cast bars and everything, but I'm still not the best at it. So that's why like I slightly like shield healing better. I think a shield healing can feel really, really like satisfying, especially when you like crit a shield or like you do your rotation, your combos really well, right? So I understand that, and I like when that happens too. It's really fun. It's just I feel like I'm a more reliable more reliable regen healer or a peel healer. And then of course, like, you know, if you're not sometimes if you don't know no, what I'm trying to say is like sometimes whenever you're like, you know, shield healing, because shielding is because your kit is like split more, I don't even say 50-50, but you know, leaning on the side of more shields rather than like more insta heals and stuff like that. Like if you don't shield properly, you have to like recover. Well, first of all, you really should trust your co-healer, especially if you're doing something that requires 2 healers, you should trust your co-healer. to be able to like, you know, heal up everyone. But if you don't, then you get into a really bad spiral of like, oh, I need to do everything. That's bad in general. It's a gorgeous city, it really is. You love the pink bows on the wrist? I really like it too. I ended up like dyeing the wrist bows, and I think it's just like, it's just a little bit of extra that ties the outfit together. And I really want to dye the cape pink as well, but not yet. But I like both. But because I'm not well acquainted with like all the maps, I definitely think like of course the first time it's much easier with regen healing. I guess as I'm more familiar with things, it gets a little bit easier shield healing, but sometimes I have to make the decision of like, do I want to mitigate or do I want to shield heal? Or do I want to mitigate or do I want to put a shield over everyone? And I kind of hate having to make that decision sometimes. But once again, usually in those cases, I have another healer. I haven't like fully set myself into the shield healer mentality yet. I think I need to like find what that is, just because I'm so used to pure healing. And also like, I think Astro is so funny. Astro is definitely my bottom healer in terms of like what I like the most. Because you would think if I like shield healing so much, I should say like White Mage Astro, but it's White Mage, Sage, and Scholar are tied, and then Astro. But I find Astro so funny, and like I think it's a really cool kit and everything, because it's like, what the heck is a cast time? There's like no cast times for Astro basically, especially if you have two light speeds at all. Like if you have two light speeds, I managed to get 2 essential dignities. Like most of the times you have heals or AoE heals available on everything, and it's wild to me. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, I definitely know it's like more proactive and everything. That's why I'm like definitely saying like, if I don't know the dungeon or whatever, it's just harder for me. And like the thing is, even if you don't know the dungeon, like if you have your cast times, like your bars, your bars on your HUD like set up properly, you can like see when they start casting. But like each cast time is different, and I'm just like, I don't want to, like, I don't know the right timing for it. And if you're in the middle of something, and depending on what you're playing, and of course, like, you know, the problems between, it's not a problem, but the difference between Scholar and Sage are different too, because like you can definitely be more mobile as Scholar. No, Sage, sorry, as Sage, a little bit more mobile at least, because things are kind of more, you know, off global cooldown stuff. But I still want to learn both of them, and I think it's interesting. Shield hitter mentality is knowing that you don't have to have full HP bars, okay, as long as you have some kind of cooldown or shield going on. Maybe that's it, Gnome. And the thing is, like, I have been told as well, and I know it's the case, it's like, we don't always have to be full HP, even with regen either, but it's just nice, right? Yes, MSQ is important. I gotta lock it. Astro is goofy. It is goofy. It is goofy though. There's a gradient. It's very straightforward. Astro is more complicated. Astro, I think there's definitely a little bit more timing with certain abilities, especially when you're using Earthly Star. I've heard that like later on in higher levels, like it's, like you don't want to pop all your OCGDs, right? And you want to time them well. So there's more timing there. I mean, with like White Mage, there's definitely, I know there's timing. There's like lilies and everything. It's like balancing that. But I also like playing all the healers. I find it really cool to see the overlap of Sage and the healers beforehand. Sage, you auto-heal your tank, and Scholar, you have Fairy Logic to deal with. Yeah, the Fairy Logic is interesting. Some people don't really like certain abilities from the fairies or have like critiques of it. So it'll be interesting if they ever end up changing things. But I am glad that they ended up giving a gap closer to White Mage, because I like moving around. I know it! I know! Okay, I'm sorry, I got distracted. I had to answer the question. I don't have to answer the question, but we started. Nervous? Me? Not at all. It's a bit dark though, isn't it? Definitely not haunted though. Certainly not. Alfie, my boy is afraid of ghosts. Alfie is so scared! Look at his face, look at his demeanor, his body language. It's okay, Alfie, I'll protect you. It's okay, Alfie, I'll protect you. Okay, let's go. Alize, are you laughing at your brother? Cause I kinda was. They're not much of a threat one-on-one, but Tolshi was right about their numbers. If we fight all of them, we'll be here for a fortnight. Okay, so that's why we need to sneak. Sneaky. Okay, alright. If I go through the middle, I shouldn't aggro them, so let me move over here. You can't even see my Lala with this. 1 second. I'm gonna move my... Why is this in front of my face like this? 1 moment. Okay. Hi, Stola. If I were a bandit leader, I'd surely keep my spoils deep within my stronghold. Welcome back! I got I got a little distracted earlier. No one's fault. No, not my Fortnite arc. No, you can't make me. But no way Final Fantasy would have a fork knife Fortnite collab, right? Surely not. This way? No! A ball? Ooh, okay, I'm trying to make sure they don't look at me. This way? Yeah, this way. Welcome back. Alfie's biggest fear, a ghost that can swim. No! Dude, you're so right. That literally is Alphina's biggest fear. A ghost that can swim. Oh, that's too good. Oh, my poor boy. He can't swim and he's afraid of ghosts. He just can't float. Slow walk running. We're getting there. I don't have unfortunately they are not noticing Thancred at all, huh? I was gonna say, unfortunately, I don't have flying here yet. On the cursory sniff, you detect a faint aroma of oranges, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of liver. Okay, so not this one. There's one over here though. Feels a little choppy. Should I turn it down a little bit? Those boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. Classy, stealthy Thancred. I know, they're like, no clue he's there. Well, this guy, he's probably a hunt or something. Hi, Orange. They also don't notice you either. Reen scaled the wall with remarkable swiftness. Thancred taught her well. Oh, this wall? I love that. Okay, so Reen is on the other side, but I need to double check Thancred over here. I'm assuming we have to continue further in. Bristly bag. I don't think these are livers. Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find they're all filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find raw wheat. No. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. These aren't the livers, but they're certainly stolen from somewhere. Unless wheat has started growing on the sea floor since I last checked. Hi, Control. How are you? How's it going? Oh, I gotta run. I gotta go. Also, Win, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Control, thank you for the bits. Oh, another one. Bulbous bag? Maybe this is it. Wait. Sorry, the alerts are off right now. I can replay that one in a sec. And I'll turn them off again. No, we're not going back to Fortnite. I got paid. I got that paid. It wasn't really a real sponsorship. It was a paid sponsorship that I found on like Stream
Welcome
Elements.
everyone to Notice's Fart Knife
It's
Art.
coolish
You
weather.
need a knife to cut through the high density
Was there like a?
surrounding
Was there
notice,
rain recently?
like cutting through a ghastly forest.
This is rude and
Beware worry
mean,
travelers,
and I
for
should
ye may not make
honestly.
it out with your pants.
You know what I should do? I should up the amount for alerts. You found something? Something cool? Something different? Something new? Okay, let's see the bag. From the squelching noises they make when prodded, the vile stench, you concluded that these are the bags. The bags are bursting with liver. Brilliant. Okay, we found it. We did it. Where's Reed though? Are those them? Mm-hmm. Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusia's storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkin, wheat. I know, and the people in Calusia are working really, really hard. We can't discuss this, but we can discuss this after we see the liver safely back to Tulsh. And it wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Time to pick up a bag of liver. Liver. As large as I am. Go ahead. Up the prices. I'm starting to overwork myself to afford to letting people know the truth. What are you talking about? Thank goodness. Thank goodness for DPing back. And I'm glad there wasn't another thing. Huzzah, material inquired. Hi Hellhound, how are you? It does sound like slander to me. I think Humble is right. I'm glad you had better luck than I did. I spent the whole time fighting one Benthos after another. I have a feeling that there's more to this. Yeah, I have to imagine they're probably going to continue to come back and try to fight them. Or fight the Ondo. So the Benthos have been stealing supplies from Calusians as well. I know it sounds strange, but there was a bird in those caves. Huh, when she was scouting? Did you happen to see a bird while you were in the caves? Reen insists there was one. But how? Unless did they steal a bird and they take it down? Or is this bird somebody's, actually, I do wonder. Okay, I wonder if it's a bird that they have that they use to, like, scout out stuff? Or is the bird somebody else's, like, spy down here? I don't know. To venture ashore and steal from the Calusians entaileth unconscionable risk, yet there is no denying the truth of our eyes. I'm relieved to see you unspeared. Livers. This bulging sack makes a truly heinous squelching noise as you heft it over your shoulder. Somebody had to write that. Our precious livers. I knew you would not fail. We also found all manners of foodstuff from Calusia in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tulshi, does that seem odd to you? Why are they stockpiling as well? It is brazen to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Omoran army has been investigating, and thus far to no avail. because they literally disappear without a trace. Perhaps the reason they struggled so is perhaps the reason they have struggled so is their quarry is of the sea. The true question then is, what do they mean to do about it? Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, a key to the Benthos' plan. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We cannot fathom why, in light of the knowledge that they have been restocked. No. Man, I can't talk. What are you talking about? This is in the game. This is just in the game. This is normal descriptions in game. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We cannot fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources. It is clear that their queen will soon... It is clear that their queen will soon give birth. It requires space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but the conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning, and its resources are barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason that they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. Oh no. If they're planning to wage a war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence. But perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in that attempt. Or I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes. Once you reach its depth, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous... Wait, okay. Yes, once you reach its depth, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purposes. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper beyond Amarant, I would call upon the assistance of another. Oh wait, which one? I get to choose one? Fending, slaying, aiming. Wait, which one will sell for the most? Which casting? Yeah, casting will sell for the most. Probably. Probably healing? You think so? Also, let me go back here as well. So, that you have come to us now, the will of the Ancient Ones, that have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purposes. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. Okay, show us the way forward will be interesting. Also, okay, let me write this down. What's today's date? The 22nd? It's 22/25. Okay. So the bird in the caves. Serene? There's a bird in the caves. We don't know what that's like. What's up with that still? No, apparently, like, the Ancient Ones will show us the way. Show us the way. Alright. Writing this down. Let's talk to everyone real quick. Why do these problems always always turn out to be so much more complex than they seem? Couldn't we have a simple, straightforward adventure for once? The good guys, the bad guys, no drama or intrigue. It all ends with tea and tarts. Oh my gosh, we need to have a tea day. We need to have a tea and tarts with Alize and Reen and me and Stola and our Lalas. It all ends with tea and tarts. That would be cute. The will of the ancients. If only it were so simple. It doesn't feel all that honorable or heroic to strike first, but if it leads to less bloodshed in the end, I would not care for what happened to Limsa to be repeated in a world away. The Benthos know not what they do. Is it wrong for me to be a bit excited? I know the circumstances are grave, but imagine what those ruins might hold. You need not to believe in the will of the ancients to receive their guidance. Like the tide in the current, it is always there. Okay, if you say so. A whale's tail? A whale's tail? Uranger has a mind to call on an old friend. Are we gonna go ask Bismarck for help again? Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen, that we might seek an audience with him once more. Oh, we are really definitely going back and forth, huh? No, Alfie. Our boy, Alfie. Okay, so let's go back to probably... So over here's Fort Job. Over here's the Crystarium. Okay, we're going to the Crystarium and then we're going out. Next time on your Dark Night, I have a piece of gear for you to try on. Okay. Thank goodness for flying. I'm thinking, is it possible to toggle certain things on your HUD? Like with a button or something? Like if you wanted to toggle like your party list or something? Okay, so I do have a macro to turn off names, but it doesn't turn off my friends' names. And I kind of need to edit it or figure out like how to turn off friends' names. Like when I'm going through stuff. Yeah, macros. Okay, so that would be possible. It's a chocobo! Chocobos are really rare here. I swear, and I know chocobos exist, but they're very rare. And I think this is one of the few that are like, you kind of see, at least as far as I know. There might be another one somewhere. Is there a macro for it? Okay. I have to double check the macro that I have for the names, because I don't know why it doesn't turn off like all names. It's supposed to, but... let me zoom in. Oh, I need to go to the island. Oh, down here. You know what I also don't have as well? Is it under character pick? It's not this one. I ended up turning off the ability to have people nearby, near NPCs. And I realized recently, since we've been going back in and playing, that I was like, oh, I forgot I turned that off. Because I think it was kind of it was bothersome when we weren't doing MSQ. Oh my gosh, where is it? I forgot where it is. Oh. It's on others? character. Others. No, it's not this one. All the way down? Is on I forgot which one it is. I don't think it's this one though. The display name. Is it this one? Under it's the general one? Okay, wait. Am I in this is character config then. No, it is the other one. General. Okay, so let me I really don't remember which one. Top red button, the top red one, and then you don't want permanent? No, AOD, that's not the one I want. That's not the one I'm talking about. I was thinking about the one that like near NPCs. Oh, in the general tab, I see. Oh, I was in the, it was, okay, I see. It was in the character tab. All right, that's the one. Thank you. All right, I was like, what do you mean? I am in general. And no, I was in character. So the thing, so I have a macro that like turns off character names, but it doesn't change off all of them. So display nameplate 4. I think this one needs to be added because this one is okay. This one's 1, so everything is on. If it's on 4, I don't think I need to. I need to change this one. I know how to turn it off. I know how to turn off nameplates. I've done it before. But like, I know I can turn off people's names here and stuff, but like I was trying to figure out a macro just to turn off names, including friends' names. So it'd be easier just to turn things on and off. But yeah, that's what it was. Okay, thank you. Sorry. It's so pretty here. Oh, this music. From here, we press on to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. Wait, he can walk on water now? Wait, you've perfected your technique then. Just so, the water will be as glass beneath my feet. Provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Ishtola is very skeptical. Alfie would love to learn this too. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye. 'Twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. No. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Reed and Alfie are the only ones that are very, very excited for her. Very excited and believe in him. He better start in shallow water. Do not start on the edge of this deck, please. Uranje, we know what happened last time. We know what happened at Shadowbringer's base. Please. Uranje, please. He did the thing. But is it... He's done it. Incredible! Incredible! But will he be able to walk all the way there? Oh my gosh. He's doing it. Oh my gosh, Aranje! What's happening? No! What happened? Aranje! For the love of... Thancred immediately going after him! I'm glad Thancred is a strong swimmer. Oh my gosh. Mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine 'Twas lacking. Oh no. To perfect this magic, I went so as far as to deal with the Fuath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, a bit on a single occasion. Oh my gosh. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit towards the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Well, okay, another thought as well is I wonder if it's the whole, like, the body, soul, ethereal, like, you know, what was it? Ethereal, the corporal ether kind of thing? If, like, that connection is a concern? Maybe? I hope not, but I'm a little worried as well. Thancred's the real one. Unscheduled bath time! Hi, Jenna! Also, have a good one, Kaiser. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. He walked on water, though. That's a massive W. He did great! Honestly, like, Uranger did great, but I'm also, like, a little worried, though. Like, was this because of, like, the, you know, the body-soul connection? And, like, as they spend more time here, is that getting affected? Even though we do believe in Matoya, right? Matoya and Kryl are making sure that they're, like, stabilized and they're being safe, but, like, we don't know, like what here can, like, potentially, you know, accelerate that kind of a change or anything. But because it's all unknown, no one, like, we're just literally finding out as we go. Oh, see, it's happening to Thancred as well, because, like, yeah, because he faltered, and then, like, it seems like they have some kind of headache or weird pain. Thancred, does his ether look weird? It's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell, though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Yeah, everyone get in the boat. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention. I'm sure you'll agree. A boat? A boat that can carry us all? I'm really concerned about, though, because, like, now Uranger and Thancred have kind of, like, a dizzy spell. So let me write that down. Dizzy spell. Man, this is just as bad as, like, us having our echo flashbacks at this point, like them being temporarily, like, unfocused. Don't touch, as shown by Nemo. I mean, how many years has Uranger technically not had a body at this point? 3 years? Yeah? 3 years, 5 years for Thancred. A year each for the twins. Hi, Art, how are you? Splish splash, time to catch an Uranger. Hi, Greenie. Thancred, I can hold my breath for 8 minutes waters. Luckily for us, the Warrior of Light, we can just breathe underwater. We're very lucky the spells work through worlds at this point. Thank you for the Kojin blessings. It seems very scientific. Yeah, he became Jesus. That was his goal. He got pretty close, honestly. The Father, the Son, and the Uranger. Man, I missed some of these amazing comments. Thank you. Thank you for We believed, though. I must admit, I'd be keen to attempt... Alfie! I must admit, I'd be keen to attempt walking on water myself. Though, I know what Alize would say. You should learn how to swim, Alfie. Alize is a natural. I'll stick to swimming. Thank you very much. Alfie! Aody, thank you. Thank you for giving Jenna a gifted sub. What sort of dealing with the Fuath, I wonder? Orange, will you divulge? Will you tell us? Do you really think those two are alright? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest. Before you make some quip about age catching up with me, you better be before you make some quip about age catching up with me, you'd be out of breath too if you had to drag Orange out of the sea without so much as a warm-up. I wasn't thinking that, Thancred. Don't worry. What sort of deal? Okay. So, it is so pretty here. I think this would, like... It's so cute here! Okay, let me talk to Orange again. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. You speaketh with the voice of the king, little neighbor. With the voice of the king, little neighbors, I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thine kindness is boundless as the depths, serene one. Oh, thine kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. Itchy? With all haste shall it be done. Oh, he's speaking in Fae. I didn't realize that. So, did he agree? Though I agreed in a favor, to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath... I wonder if they're under him. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Ah. Alas, one must needs to dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could muster the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Notice and I are more than capable of that. Alize is fed up. She's tired. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done it. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done it in moments. And better that you. Sorry, I can't talk today. I guess I just need a warm up or something. I feel like maybe before like MSQ streams, I need a warm up and just yap or whatever. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done it in moments, and better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go. A big yes ma'am moment. Which I also didn't realize that she had the blessing as well. Like still here. I am in your debt. Reen is so scared. It's okay, Reen. We have a lot of very strong, opinionated women in our team, and you are part of that team. And none of us as much none of us is much of a match for Alize when she's like this, aside from Yashola perhaps. Reen, you are learning. Don't worry, you're gonna be part of us. Psst, I think Thancred's embarrassed. I think Thancred's embarrassed? Yes, I'm perfectly well recovered. Thank you. It's a minor miracle that we accomplish anything at all, wouldn't you say? Mine apologies. This venture hath not proceeded as smoothly as I hoped. He's embarrassed. Okay, can we jump off of here? We can. We're such a ragtag group. Everyone's so capable and wonderful in our group. Okay, so it's over here on this side. Ah, I see one. Tenacious barnacle. Ah, so this is what he meant by being itchy. I thought it was like, it's actually, after a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. So what is a barnacle? Like, is it like some kind of mollusk or something that like attaches itself to to things? I've seen them, but I don't really know what they are. A parasite? Really? Oh, it's a creature? Hmm. Oops. Oh, dang it. It's already raining? Okay, I gotta find the way up. I think it's over here. It's like a snail? Really? Good news, my other thing finished on time. Perfect! Hi, Soray. Welcome in. We're the family is fighting. Alice is getting fed up. We're not really fighting, but Alice is getting annoyed and fed up. Thancred is feeling embarrassed. And everyone's back together. Well, that was disgusting. I pray we will not be required to attend any other matters of personal hygiene. The powers of breath beneath water seem most convenient. Mayhaps the Kojin might be persuaded to grant me if I were to return to the source. I can swim after all. Would you please keep an eye on Thancred and Orange? I'm still not convinced they're alright. Absolutely. I'm also worried about both of them. I take it you finished? Apologies for saying this one out, but it did seem more appropriate for those with the Kojin's blessing to handle it. What was it? What did Win say? Thancred, I can hold my breath for hold my breath underwater for 8 minutes. Waters, right? Mine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember, a long time ago, another did this favor for me. Was it the Warriors of Light? After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Oh, Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred. But he was not afraid, no. He asked me what was wrong. I told him the creatures clinging to my belly. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasure our time together. Brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him. But I remember him and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I remember when he slept. I too sleep that day and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and be heard again. It's a shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend. but it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift. I will not I will not have you stuck by errant debris. Oh, that was a very sweet story. And also, I feel like this story is, you know, relevant in terms of just like, you know, remembering people and like how short people's lives can be. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago. Yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said? Or shall we stand about making vague, mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us to wait for him on the shore of Clusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Wait. Oh wait, okay. So indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine. Later then. Oh, Alize pouting. Oh. Yeah, of course it had to be raining. Of course it was raining. Oh, I love my twins. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Orange and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me? Oh, the pout game is strong. Oh, all right, if you insist. Farine! You too notice you've been running yourself ragged. Yes, ma'am. But I feel fine. We can't say no to Reen. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. Stola! What do you can't call them old men. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at Split Hole anon. Oh, okay. I'm watching after them. Word of advice. Never let it show. When she realizes she's struck a nerve, she remembers. By the god, she remembers. So it's not the first time she's used her effective pout face. In any case, if we must sorry, in any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Uranger isn't even 30 yet. I asked kind of like I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Uranger isn't even 30. I'm pretty sure. With age cometh wisdom, or so I pray. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want your What are you talking about? May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. Elderly knees? It is still pouring though. I get the big seat. I guess it is a normal size seat. To hear her speak. To hear her speak, you think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. That's your daughter. Thy countenance bellies thy word, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though, I can't say I mind the view. No, this view. What do you see? I can barely see in front of my face. This view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hand at it? Help! Someone! Help! Quickly! What happened? It's Nightshade. We was attacked. We were attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this. Just a moment. Just a moment to rest. You mean you'll help for free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us overmuch. No more than they've already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. I hope they don't start claiming themselves as the Warriors of Light or whatever. You good? We was ambushed. I ran, but my friend, he wasn't fast enough. Where is Thancred? Okay, so we're over here. Squeaky boot sounds. Of course, this is the view. I can't say I mind the view. Stares at Urusha. Wow, the distance fog in the background. It is a lot. What is Thaler? Or Thaler, sorry, Thaler. I'll save our miscreant unharmed. No. I'll save our miscreants. Miscreant appear unharmed. Composed fisherman. Can you believe this? I don't even have anything worth stealing. Never fear. Nightshade ain't no match for the guard. Fortunately, this one wasn't clever enough to bring support. These two have matters well in hand by the looks of it. Our friends. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Is that you, milady? Don't tell me don't tell me we've just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I recognize your companion. I even recognize your companion. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet. On patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands on patrol to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty in Lakeland and beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while. Neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man and the resolve to see it through. That is wonderful and very good. I remember you, the excitable one. Very good, Mr. We've seen him a couple times, actually. The excitable one. Sorry, milady. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard? The name's Vonard, my lady. I'm with the guard. I just don't want to protect the Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Oh, this guy. I did not notice this guy in the background at all. Has he always been there? Was he there earlier when we were talking to Thyler? I did not realize that there's a corpse behind us. Oh. Sadly, our duties prevented us from venturing too far from our little corner of Northrinth. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, to go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. I did not realize that bandit was there the entire time. I truly did not notice at all. Well, future heroes of the first. Do you future heroes of the first, do you think? They want not for sprint. No, they not want for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. I definitely see like they are inspired and they're excited, which is great, right? And they want to help those in need. And they're saying like they want to travel and like go to other places. So Orange is saying they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. I don't know. I wonder if it's also something like it's something. Is this inspiration like a very short term kind of like motivation rather than like long term? Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we were to bring Elidibus's scheme to light. I think this is probably going to be something that's concerning in the future about this message. I mean, it's good to have like motivations and stuff like that and have like not necessarily idols, but people to like look up towards or look up to in what they've done. Hopefully, I don't know. I feel like whatever Elidibus's plan is, it's to create some kind of like discourse for sure. 100% I know discourse, but like how? Because right now the motivation is like, oh, you become the warrior of light, you know, take destiny into your own hands kind of thing, but you become the warrior of light. So is he kind of like all I can think is like, is he trying to make people think that something about individualism is what I'm concerned about, rather than being like concerned for like collectively for your people and for as a whole? Like maybe that's what it is, and I'm not sure, but I feel like maybe that's where like it's kind of leading. Like having that like ultra individualistic kind of mindset can be really harmful. Thinking that you can change and do everything yourself and not depending on others. But also, you know, I think like being an individual is important too, but to like an extremist degree is the concern. I'm not sure. I'm also like, I need to like work on trying to articulate myself and explain what I'm trying to like convey and stuff. So we're getting back there. I need to play more. Community is nice. Exactly. Community is nice. It's nice to be in a community. Because if you want to be hyper, ultra, mega individualistic, it can be kind of lonely and actually kind of isolating. And like, I can't imagine it's always great on the mental. But also, like, it is the extreme of either side, right? Being like very community or oriented or being very like individual oriented. Both extremes probably not great though. Because then you start only acting in the interest of the collective. Completely, 100%. And potentially ignore your own needs. which is not good if you want to care for others, because you gotta care for yourself first, right? So that's, I'm really concerned. I don't know, like it is a little ominous. That's why I was kind of like a little hesitant about like, okay, it's good that they're excited. It's good they want to help others, right? And then Uranj is saying that they're kind of misguided in like what is or like, here, let me move this. We're both really thinking hard, but like they're kind of misguided or clouded is what he's saying. From a clouded wellspring. I think what he means by that, a clouded wellspring, is more so because it's coming from the word of Elidibus and not actually Ardbert, right? Of somebody who actually experienced it and somebody who's trying to deceive them. So yeah, that's what it is by the clouded wellspring. But for both of them, what we'd really like to do is travel to better ourselves and go where the need is greatest. I mean, philanthropy is good. Our duties prevent us from venturing out too far. As I kind of read it back more and more, I'm wondering if it's like whatever Elidibus's plan. Of course, like I said, it's Discord. It's like it's creating chaos and discord amongst people. But he seems like he's like planting some kind of seed in their brain. Is he trying to weaken the defenses of the people? Maybe because like they've already said already that like there's not enough of guards people, especially after all we've been through as well. But yeah, there's not enough guards people. There's been an uptick of like bandits. And then like people making armies, right? Well, the armies is like the people in I forgot what they're called. The people, not the people who are the Ondos, the people who the army, the lady with the people with the queen. I forgot what their names are. Sorry. No, not Discord. Discourse. Well, maybe Discord as well. The lady, the queen would join. I don't know. So earlier we were like in Ondo Cup, and then there are these bandits under it, like down there too. And there's the queen, and she's trying to like she's ready to like spawn more fish people. I'm sorry. My brain is just not working right now, apparently. One moment. Let me get my bearings and try to elaborate once more. One thing at a time, right? So the uptick in bandits and like people and looting in general. Uptick in bandits and looting. So there's not enough guards of people right now. And like it seems like he's like planting a seed. I want to say for now, like of individualism. Right? And like thinking everyone can be a hero. And the thing is, it's like, no, I don't think everyone's gonna be able to, you know, save each other, because like I think people can be like whatever a hero is to you, right? A hero in different ways, and like even small ways. It doesn't need to be like saving the world. It can be just like supporting others and supporting community and like being essential to one another. So everyone being a hero. Because, like, I mean, for example, if everyone was a YouTuber or a streamer, we had no doctors, it'd kind of suck. It kind of suck we had no doctors. So, like, planting a seed of individualism and, like, everyone being a hero. So, not enough guards people, uptick in bandits and looting, and then just, in general, like, what is Elidibus's plan? And of course, he never fooled us. Not once. Not once. Thank you, Scion. It is like a pinafore dress. And it's comfy. I like them. I have a bunch of them. And I hope to get some more in the future. I just got here. What happened? No. The one here, right? The ASEAN Discord name channel is probably incredible. I wonder what it is. It doesn't matter which one I get. So let me go back really quickly. I did go back to Bismarck. I'm looking... Alfie... Bismarck... Tolshath? I forgot what their names were. Their queen desired only bloodshed. Do they have a name? Oh yeah, they do. It's I'm trying to remember the Both wait, let's go back. So the Benthos, that's what it is. Benthos. So even though, you know, everything is restored here, it doesn't get rid of people who were, you know, like taking advantage of others, who are bad, who like don't like disregard other safety for the gain of their own, for greed. So it doesn't immediately go away once we bring back nighttime, right? So that's another thing that they are like trying to rebuild and work on and like worry about now that the seniors aren't the main antagonists or the main problem. It seems like these bandits and looters and the Benthos, like, who are trying to gain power because of greed or whatever reason, is definitely an issue for now. I think Elidibus is... I feel like Elidibus is probably trying to take an advantage of something. Advantage of, like, maybe this time of rebuilding, right? Of, like, people... Yeah, this period of rebuilding and people, like, building not just, like, their towns back, but themselves up, their confidence up. And I feel... I don't know. I'm just scared of what's gonna happen. Whatever this rebuilding phase, I know he's definitely trying to take advantage of it. Stealing supplies and storing them in bentho boxes? Actually, Benthos? I'm pretty sure, yeah, the Benthos. I'm pretty sure. Would be our only entertainment? No, I don't like either of them. I don't know them personally, but I kind of hate their content, so no. Alright, let me move you all back over here. Frey stares at us, having this conversation. I'm sorry, Frey, I'm working on it. My brain isn't working at all. Didn't notice true to her name. It'd be like that. Notice getting desensitized of a body in the background I didn't even notice. I hope he's just knocked out. I'm hoping he's just knocked out and he's not dead, alright? I know there was a bandit and I just didn't see him. I looked around and was like, I don't see any bandit. And apparently he just blended so well into the ground that I didn't see him until the cutscene, alright? Okay, alright, let's talk to Thancred. It pains me to think that men with such pure intent are being made to serve ASEAN ends. However direct, but they're right. People need heroes. Ooh. Ooh. Beneath the surface. So another building. Thus reminded of the urgency of your investigation, Orange would press on. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves with such knowledge as the ruins may hold. I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conductive to relaxation. May as well make for split hell now. Okay. Stealing supplies. I probably should have another snack later. Maybe that's what my brain needs. Maybe my brain needs another snack. We'll have another snack in... I can't fly here yet. Maybe soon? Do you think this is a good snack time break? I would just make a wrap. It's nothing fancy or too hard to make or too long. Ah, the music here. The night music here is so good. Probably a good time? Okay, we'll head over there and then we'll get the snack. Or make a snack. Yeah, a wrap with a W. Yeah? Good as time as any? Sounds good. Down here? At the pier, I think. On the cliff? On the cliff? Oh no. Wrap it up. I would not do that. I have no talents for that at all. I just freeze up. I freeze up when brain don't work. Not this side over here. Oh, this music's so good. It's so pretty. My brain was working a little earlier. Is this really where we're going? Oh my gosh, they are up here. Oh, this area is beautiful. So, how much of a respite did you really enjoy? Half a moment's? Well, we rested, didn't we notice? Yeah, we definitely rested. Perhaps we ought to have clarified what Bismarck meant by a short while. To his mind, our whole lives might be as the blink of an eye. What's keeping Bismarck? Surely it doesn't take this long to shake off a few loose stones. You arrived rather early. Are you certain you did as you were told? Reen. I am glad that she is like, I don't know, I'm glad to see more of like Reen's personality kind of like shine through as like the story continues. She's like definitely more confident in herself, and like you still have those moments where, you know, you can really tell like her personality. Oh man. Just see. I mean, I don't think most people would have gone up here at this point, but like seeing Calusia, or like not even just Calusia, Yulmore, like how it really looks from down here and over here, from a distance, you really get a limited view from like underneath. And I think that was on purpose, right? You couldn't see the town down here. You couldn't see the people living on like the edges. You could see like, you know, this town over here, like leading up to it, but there's such a huge distance from here to there. I have no doubt the people living here were very like, I don't know. It's just another degree of separation and like being removed from Yulmore. Anyways, it's really interesting. All right. Break time. I'm gonna go get, I'm gonna make a wrap, and then we shall enjoy the night music, right? We'll enjoy the night music and enjoy the view. I'll sit right here. Where'd the music go? Yulmore rave. I love the lights of Yulmore. It looks so good. Okay, everyone, go get a snack. Get up, move, stretch, whatever you need. I'm gonna make some food. I'm gonna make some food, and hopefully my brain will work again. And I also probably need to hydrate more. Everyone hydrate. Ooh, maybe I'll have some juice. Actually sounds like a really good idea. have fruit. I have my wrap. And I actually have another wrap for later if I get hungry again. I got my water. My notes are over there. I mean, if you want some cantaloupe, I have some of that. I have a second wrap that I can give you. Mmm. Any bananas to put on your PB&J? Or peanut butter? Hi, Cyber. How's it going? One second. Oh my gosh, the sun! That's so pretty! Look at the sunrise! My water. Mm. Streamer planned this? Planned the sunrise? Oh, I gotta walk in. I gotta walk in. I have like 2 bites. That lady in the deli? Okay, she cut these turkey slices real thick. So each slice is pretty substantial. like toasted bread just to be able to rub a little bit of garlic on it. It's so nice. Oh, dang it. I didn't play an ad. Okay, I'm gonna eat the rest of my wrap as I play this ad. I forgot. We're still on BRB, don't worry. You can see the big screen though. So it was only 2 minutes and 30 seconds? Happens to me all the time, Super. I forgot. I forgot. Teeth check. You're good. I still have my teeth. Have you checked if you have your teeth still recently? Wisdom teeth? All your teeth. I have my wisdom teeth, unfortunately. I do want to get rid of them. Does anybody want any wisdom teeth? No, I'm not giving you my teeth. Never mind. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, we're back. Right on time. We did it. You've had all 6 of your teeth? 6 of them? Did you just grow extra teeth? Something about genetics? No, thank you. Illuminati just got hers out recently. You had 6? How'd you have 6? I have 3. I think. Yeah, I have 2 down here, and I have 1 up here, and then I don't have this one up here. I don't know what happened to this one. I'm assuming I just didn't have one. You saw the extra 6. But you got all of them removed. Okay, that's good. Oh my gosh. Were they all erupted, or were they underneath the gum? You have a fat room for wisdom teeth. Wisdom teeth can be kept if there's a gap between the other teeth. Mine, unfortunately, are they're underneath the gum, so mine need to get removed. So there isn't a gap there to be concerned about like cleaning the other tooth. There isn't, like, it's kind of tight between them. Behind the top 2. Oh my gosh, how do you have so many teeth, Saray? Okay. Hi, Rajay. Oh, we saw the sunrise together. All are present. Now we need but wait for Bismarck's coming. That's him, right? "'Tis time. No, 'tis time. Pray make ready." Oh! Wait, what? Oh! I'm glad I ate beforehand. Whoa! Small talk. "We must hope that whatever slumbers in the depths will help shed some light upon Elidibus's recent activities. Unlike Amarot, the ruins which we now seek are no illusion. There's no knowing what awaiteth below." What are we waiting for? Or what are we waiting for? "I'd like to think my skills have improved in some small way since the last time we fought together. I won't let you down. We can't be certain that the benthos are all we'll find down there. Stay alert." Sorry. Someone over here. "Whether or not we find the knowledge we seek, we have a duty to stem the benthos' aggression. Yolmor has only just begun to rebuild." Somebody does not have pants for some reason and is walking backwards away. What is happening? I got a twinkle in my eye. Wait, what's that from? This is why it was the perfect time for a snack. Thank you for encouraging me to go get snack. I'm not stealing pants. I've literally been eating. You heard me. Mine came in slow, so issues with gum infection. Oh, and they came through. Yeah, mine, they've been under the gum for a good time, and I need to get them out. And honestly, one of the reasons why is like they haven't started hurting. I want to get them out as soon as possible so I can be able to better clean the teeth on the side. And then the other issue is like they're expensive. So maybe when I finish all the timer chant stuff, maybe we have a subathon where I raise money to fund getting these teeth out. I'm not stealing pants. Eating while stealing. I'm not doing that. Don't let her fib. She wasn't eating. I was eating. I literally had food. Do you see this? I had a wrap and I also had cantaloupe too. All right. And then let me go back. I got mine all removed on both sides. Let me tell you, it's painful. Did you get anesthesia? Like, yes, Saray and also Cyan, did you end up getting anesthesia for your wisdom teeth? Oh, you're using the ticket? Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. Well, if anybody would like to join, can you please do !join? And we can roll for who is available and who can join us for today. !join in chat, please. Do you have a ticket? No, you do not. Do you want me to start selling tickets on my coffee? Yes, but it wore off in the car on the way back, so it drives me crazy. No. I mean, I guess what I could also do is like, maybe we could do that as like a reward when I get a fun getting my teeth taken out. Something like that. Yeah, fun my teeth removal. I'm not giving you my teeth though. Auction tickets? No, I guess like what we could, yeah, maybe like something like that. What are we doing? Nina, I'm glad you're always down. You're always down to party. We're doing this one. I'm not selling my teeth. No, no one wants that. Shinryu Extreme? Nina's already signed up for Shinryu Extreme. Pretty sure mine in a box. I love this one. I'm excited. I mean, it's like, so we did this one, right? So we did the crystal top. Wait, no. Oh no, that's another one. That's a different one we already done. In a quiet corner of Amarant stands an unremarkable entrance. So not academia. We're doing the Anamnesia? Anamnesia? Amnesia? Anamnesia. Pretty sure you have yours in a box? Ignore my ticket, I can't get into Ether at all. Do not worry. No. If you are not in Ether, don't worry. I will leave Ether for you if you end up getting picked. You are perfectly fine. I will literally go off. I'll go off Ether and I'll come back. Amnesia. No, amnesis. Oh, dang it. I gotta write that down. If I put this into Google Translate, will it say it correctly, you think? Oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think I can say this. No? Okay. Who wants to hop in Discord and tell me how to say this real quick? And chat will not be able to hear you, but I can hear you. Had all 4 of you removed, and they gave you some Novocaine, and it just drilled down when I was awake, and the last tooth, they started to wear off, and I felt the drilling done. It didn't hurt though, right? Kexing, I actually might end up I might end up actually just doing the same thing though. I don't think I'm gonna get put under because it's expensive. And if I'm paying out of pocket, or if I'm partially paying it, I'm not getting put under because I don't want to pay the money to do it. I'm here. Win, can you get in Discord for me? Okay. Hello. Amnesis? Wait. Okay, I see. Let me see. Let me write this down. That's so great. I love saying and am together. Anamnesis. No. Am. Okay, yeah. Wait, niece? And then sis, right? Yes, sis. Okay, got it. Thank you. Bye. Okay, so getting put under while removing your wisdom tooth. Oh, it didn't hurt. Okay, if it didn't hurt, then I'm not gonna. It's gonna freak me out a little bit, but I'm usually mostly calm under pressure. I'm mostly calm under pressure, so it should be fine. Also, wait. Thank you, Iron. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get a language lesson in my Discord, and I was a little distracted. But thank you. I really appreciate it. How are you doing today?
Very nice.
Iron_Mike_Sharp just subscribed.
Okay, and then I would give the wrong pronunciation on purpose. Kiwi, I'm literally gonna mute you during Shinryu. I'm gonna turn your volume down to 0, okay? Yeah, for anesthesia it always costs extra because you need you need extra people while being put under anesthesia to watch you and to also monitor how much you're getting. It's definitely way more intensive, and then yeah, it's just definitely more expensive. Recommended for anesthesia, recommended for wisdom tooth surgery. Well, the thing is, like, if I can, I'm gonna ask them to not give it to me, but depending on how bad depending on what the surgeon recommends, I might need to be put under. I'm hoping not, and I probably should actually get a referral soon and ask how much if we're gonna if I'm gonna attempt a fundraise or something. I don't need it right now. It's not urgent, but as soon as possible, probably. We should give a spot for this red mage. I think is trying to queue. Do you want to? If you're not picked, does anybody want to just ask this red mage if they want help? Because we have extra people. You're gonna punch me? Wow. Apparently, Super Woman Puncher Dayu offered to get my teeth out or to knock my teeth out for me. is what I'm hearing. Sorry. That is quite the offer though. To save me money. Yeah, okay, got it. I thought I would freak out, to be honest, but surprisingly not bad. The recovery is okay. I just had bad luck. I will update you all on what the surgeon suggests, though. That's wild out of context. That's very wild out of context. But also, saying that you would punch me and get you ice for cheap is also kind of wild out of context, all right? We're just matching energy right now. Everything is wild out of context. I have some players, but no. Concern. I'm sorry, but it's also wild out of context to offer to punch me. That might hurt both parties. I'm sorry, I cannot promise I'm not. If you punch me, I'm not gonna promise that I won't punch you back. Okay, anyways. So, last call if anybody else wants to potentially do !join to join the randomizer for amnesis. Okay. Ander. Anyway, so on the list we have Yilda, we have Super, we have Saray, we have Aodi, Gnome, Kexing, Kiwi, Cade, Hellhound, Nina, and we also have Win. Alright? Anybody else? We're good? What in the world did I'm so sorry, Cora. I'm so sorry. No, we were talking about wisdom teeth, I promise. I am so sorry. This is like 100% about wisdom teeth. No, I'm not telling the red mage to join this stream. I think they already left. I think they already found a party. They're on ether. They're fine. Cheering you on from the trenches? Okay, thank you. Edisor, happy with your teeth? In a bad state, going under essential requirement, therefore covered by insurance. Okay. I'm glad you were able to do that though. Just so you have to have make the choice, which it really sucks that you have to. A lot of people have to make the choice in terms of cost. Some people are just worried in general about being under anesthesia, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. But then also that's a little terrifying as well to realize that the numbing effects stop. I don't like that. Okay, wisdom teeth or no in chat? I have my wisdom teeth. I have 3 actually. I need to get all 3 of them out eventually. Just got your dinner, BRB? Okay, no problem. Oh, wait, are they still here? Apparently they are. Okay, all right, let me roll. All right, so let me see. I had mine removed last year. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we got Super, and we got Kiwi and Yilda. So we got 3 Lalos and a Tall. If anybody else wants to ask if this other rando over here is waiting still.
At Cora Third Mage, nothing weird. See, notice mentioned dental work. So I offered to punch her to take care of it and use ice for recovery because T will save tens of thousands of dollars.
And that's
tough trade-off, ya know? Then notice. Misunderstood and thought I was woman.
No, I didn't misunderstood. No, I didn't misunderstand. I completely understood what you were saying. That's why I called you woman puncher, because you offered to. Does that not make sense? Does that not make sense to you? Does it make sense to me? Wait, I'm so sorry, Gnome. Gnome, I apologize. I actually... Wrong person. Sorry, all the K's in the name. Where's Yilda though? Are you zooming around? No, I can't see you because you're over here. Can you move away from the scenario quest? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I asked, he popped. Okay, all right. Itching that punch. One of them was complicated and had a nerve bundle near it, so I had to go to the specialist. Ooh, okay. Too close to NPCs. We're good now. Everything is fine. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Got all 4 of yours out for no cost. I am jelly because I suspect mine are probably going to be at least a couple thousand, like minimum, just because it's really underneath my gum, or like for the back two over here. And I hope it doesn't change my face if I end up getting them out. Because I've heard sometimes that it changes your face when you get your wisdom teeth taken out. But I don't have that many. I only have 2. But what if my face becomes weird afterwards? What happens if my face becomes weird afterwards? What do I do? Hi, Hellhound. It depends how impacted they are. I'm scared! Also, that's a cool mount. Waiting for the next X-Pact and more stable content. Hi, Samurai. I need to get implant and probably surgery for... I'm not looking forward to that. I'm sure it'll be okay. Okay, you're right. I'm sure I'll be okay. I just need to make sure. Gotta keep taking care of my teeth and floss. And also, I need to wear my retainer. If anybody needs a reminder, wear your retainer tonight. Floss and wear your retainer tonight. It's important. We should do that. We'll see you there fine. Okay, everyone actually change your glasses. Oh, is this the one? Ooh, wait. Okay, wait. Wait, it's not dyed? What? That's silly that it doesn't show that it's dyed. Wait, with the skirt? Oh, the skirt's like the other one. Oh, it's more pink. It's more pink, but it's not. It's like a little bit of armor, like soft armor, right? I kind of like the armor look though. Okay, I'm healing Kiwi. I want to heal, please. Pink Popoto, Pink Popoto. In order to do that, I would need to go back 15 minutes and not lose my retainer. No, go find your retainer and wear your retainer. Not now, when you go to sleep. You did die. It was weird that it was undyed when I previewed it though, but it makes sense. Answer is when. They're scheduled for either the first week of July or the last week of July. I'm not sure yet. I'm unsure currently because I need to go. I need to finish 5.3 first. Like, honestly, a lot of things revolve about like 5.3 and whether I actually feel like I want to do things afterwards or if I'm gonna be depressed or not. 15 years, not 15 minutes. Wait, huh? Oh, 15 years! I thought 15 minutes! I was like, well, how'd you lose it in 15 minutes, Yami? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe... Go find your retainers from 15 years ago. 1998, my retainers. Teeth are fine though. Do you have a wire? Because like my sister, she ended up getting like orthodontics whenever she was in high school. Well, when we were in high school. But she had it. That's when she got it. And then I got mine as an adult. I got mine like, honestly, like 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm glad I did it. Probably should have done it earlier, but it was expensive. That's fine. My teeth were mostly fine. They were just like, my bite was definitely more narrow. And there's more crowding on my bottom teeth. And then, yeah. Bite is widened. And apparently my teeth are very durable. I don't know. I got apparently decent enough genetics on my teeth is what they're very strong. That's what my my dentist said. She said my teeth are strong. I had braces for over 20 years. But do any of y'all have like a bar, like the metal bar for your teeth? Because my sister does. I have just a plastic retainer. Through my dementia, come forth. Huh? What's happening in my party chat? That's fine. Okay. Alright. I guess we're locking in now. Let me ready check. Kexing, put on pants, please. Don't get sick while we're in the dungeon. I did have the metal wire when you had braces. Ooh, okay. I don't know if it's standard or it's common anymore for people to have like the wire afterwards. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on how... Oh, we're doing it as mine, by the way. But it also depends on like, I guess, if people are really good at wearing the retainer. But honestly, I've been really bad at it because like every time I don't wear my retainer, after like a few days, the bottom of my teeth aren't like perfect, like perfectly not straight, but like they get like a little like shifted. They shifted just a little bit. Okay, so in deep in the Tempest, deeper than the phantom emerald of Emmet Selk's design, lies what remains of Ander, ancient edifices. It is to an unexplored corner of this bed of knowledge that the Scions now travel, in hopes that what has long slumbered forgotten may be brought to the surface once more. Okay. I am nervous, but excited. It'll be fine. I'm sure this is gonna be a fantastic one. A fantastic dungeon. All I ask is occasionally we stop to look around. But let's go! Let me put my other earbud in. Hi Eternal, how's it going? By the metal bar? You mean a bridge? Is that what it is? It's like usually a metal bar behind like your lower teeth? Oh, dang it. You summoned my Honda Accord? Okay. I don't know what's happening in the chat right now. In the local party chat too. Where's our chaperone? Oh, are we fighting on Bismarck? Oh, I love this. This is so whimsical. This is so cool. I love this music too. Oh, this music. To the depths? Oh! Oh, this music is good! This is fun. Man, all the music in, like, relating to Emerald is so good. Another lily, please. Ah, more of them. This is so cool. Non-Amarant. It is the Amarant remix. It's so whatever it is, I really like it. Oh, I'm so excited to like have this on a playlist in the future. Ooh, ooh. The time has come to part with these interlopers. This is so cool! Imagine this as a ride. The walls fall. We must hurry. This would be such a cool ride. We were fortunate, but what is all of this? Oh, I don't like this. I need my lilies to build up. It feels slow right now. Ooh, this weird jelly thing. Tiresome creatures. Oh my goodness. Oh, sun, nice. It's such a cool ride. There lies. I give you my breath. Oh my gosh. It's so cool! Are we gonna crash? No, 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 Bismarck wouldn't. Why would I doubt Bismarck? His... Oh, he's so cool. I was gonna say his, Can you splash in that puddle? This is so cool. Oh, wow. This is not cool. Whatever this thing is. What is this? It's some kind of like weird, skinless, like dinosaur. I don't know. What in the... What an Attack on Titan thing is this? An unknown? Yeah, that sounds right. Hang on a second. Okay, an unknown? What kind of... It really is kind of Attack on Titan-esque though. Look at it. I don't like it. This is a little guy? A fun little guy? This is a fun little guy? Hi, Kevlar. Oh, it's like a dinosaur fish thing. I don't like those nails. I don't like those eyes. This is an abomination. Oh, is this the remnants of like one of the creatures in Amarot, perhaps? Oh my gosh, imagine. I don't like that. Ooh, I don't like this. No, no! I don't like this. You all chose wrong! It's okay, we're fine. We're so fine though. Oh frick, 1 second. Again. Oh, no! Oh my gosh. That's another one. Oh my gosh, no! No! This is not great, and we don't have any reserves, so can you all die if that's okay? I should have gone over. I should have just let y'all stay over there. That's my bad. You can't really die to anything. You just gotta wait, unfortunately. Kiwi, take it! Are you holding hands? I can't. Kiwi survived that. Wait, no healers? No. I died early. Sorry, I thought you two went over there to the corner, and then I did not go over there, so my bad. Rip, this is a warm-up. I should have shirked it. It's fine. This is definitely me to blame. The shortcut's right, goes right there. 7 to 7 an hour-ish? Yeah. Hopefully we'll be done soonish. Man, that's my own fault. Literally my own fault for laughing because you all got hit with the other one, but then karma got me and I got hit. Okay. Whenever you all are ready. Rehearsal? Yeah! We're just practicing. Okay, also because it's a little long, but it's okay. I'm just gonna look around for a little bit then. I really do think this is like the remnants of something from Amarant. Like one of the creatures that got twisted, what created and then like twisted. That's what it seems like. You know what makes me sad? Okay, so there's like a kind of a rhythm to that one. Luminous Ray. Inscrutability. Goes again. Question, for Temperance, does Asylum Healing also get buffed as well? So there's 2 unknowns now. What is this next attack? Okay, this one's the AoE attack. So that's a whole line. Okay. Okay, so that one is not too difficult. It's just a couple mechanics to watch after. All right. We're fine. We're good. Is not a global cooldown spell? No, a size. Specifically, not, but that is, thank you, not a size. Sorry, did I, Asylum, sorry. That's good to know for a size that it wouldn't do it, but then also I am curious with Temperance. You're gonna rank the next pull? Okay, sounds good. Just pull whatever you're comfortable with. They can't move! Sauce and ability, same answer? You think so then? Okay. Ooh. This thing hits kind of hard. You're not dead yet. I really had to use all my lilies for that one. Every last one of you will die. More stuff. Temperance increases potency though, so while others would increase the healing actions. I see, I see. This affects not awful cooldowns. Okay, gotcha. It's almost done. Why does it keep hitting me? Hello? Sorry. Apparently I have too much aggro. I'm fine, I'm fine. It's just, it was like, just dumb. Maybe it was a line of sight thing. Thank you. It's a fun wall-to-wall spot there. Hi Astra, how are you? It does not impact Tetra. Okay, thank you. But it does impact lilies then, right? Visions of Eld show us? Oh, okay. That wall to gives me shivers as a tank? Luckily, we have regen, and I threw down all the abilities I had. Also, all this coral is like everywhere, and honestly, it kind of gives like mold. It kind of gives like mold feelings, but like if you look close enough, it's not too scary or too freaky. Oh, oops, my bad, sorry. I don't like this. Come on! Rude! I feel like these quadrants are important at some point. Oh, I don't like this! Channeling ether into the floor? Oh no. understand what to do. Oh, that is my bad. Okay. I have 3 bone stacks. No, I'm fine. I'm mostly fine. I just don't know. Okay, I don't think I understand the mechanic. It doesn't make sense in my brain yet. I'm assuming I need to move at some point. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're fine. Everything is fine. I'm just gonna follow somebody else. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay, I'm fine. I got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Oh, that's my bad. No, I'm good. I know. I understand it now. Well, that's my bad. I was greeting. I was trying to get a heal for that, but it was faster than I thought. So I noticed that like afterwards, after the other ones go away, then the other ones come back up, which is fine. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I believe that you all could have gotten it. I did greed for that one. I'm sorry. I'm not locked in. I was not ready. We're learning? True, I guess so. I know, we got too many yummy bone stacks. Sorry, Kiwi, I don't think I can res you. Okay, sand on the sword first, then hammers, then swords right after so I have to move. Yeah, okay, got it, got it. And then, relearning Black Mage right now. Okay, so you're telling me not to follow you. I got it. If we had time, I probably would ask to go to the bathroom, but I don't know if... Do we have time for a bathroom? No, next boss, bathroom break. Yeah? I got it, and then I greeted. It's my own fault. I greeted! I also have to remember that Asylum does give a mitigation. Now, I believe? At this level? Wait, not yet. Okay, so it's just like the clocks. Oh my gosh, it is just like clocks. It's literally clocks. This mechanics is clocks. Exactly clocks. We're gonna need to move. Oh my gosh. No! Oh my gosh, I'm fine. I'm so fine. I'm so fine. I'm so fine. See, I'm great, actually. Don't even cover me. Don't do it. We don't need it. Oh, no, I'm not fine. Dang it! My bad. Okay, I actually do need to go to the bathroom. I think after that, I'll actually be able to lock in. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. You got this! I'll see you after my after I go to the bathroom. Okay. Actually, no, you can watch. I'm just gonna stand right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong thing. See, everyone's literally fine. They're gonna be able to do this without me. For that one, it was mostly... I know it was me just, getting hit twice with some, like, with the mechanic and everything like that. And then not having enough health for the next one. I know, me too. Pain. I'll be back. You don't need a healer? Well, I'm still sad though. Are you winning? No. I can't focus. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll see you later. Okay, time to die at every boss challenge. So far, we've done two? two out of 3? No, it's been 2 out of 2. Died at every boss. Please don't say I'm doing well. I don't want to hear it. I actually don't. What happened to Cam? I turned it off because I had to go BRB. I'm back, don't worry. There we go. Okay, we gotta lock in eventually. Let's see. So the biggest thing though is what I realized as we were doing this is like I should have saved my asylum for later on when there was more like moving around. And then also I think I ended up popping clemency a little too early because that means I used my indulgence and temperance kind of early in the like because I kind of overestimated how long the later half of the battle was. So that's a big thing. And then yeah, and then also having to adjust her. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Everything is fine. I'm kidding. It's fine. It's literally so fine. Alright, we're fine. Everything is fine. I don't even have lilies. I have 1 lily. I didn't press the right button. Oh, it's okay. Okay, another question for a size. So, okay, can you stop for a second? Sorry. For a size, I know people just say use it on cooldown, but because there's a health element to it as well, does it really matter that much whether it's a gain or not? Because it's like, either you want it to use it to heal or you want it to use it to, like, do damage, right? And, like, if you get a chance, you can do both. So saving for movement doesn't really matter too much. Managing global cooldowns, usage during movements, global cooldowns during movement matters more. Wait. Saving it sometimes for instant recovery is after raid raids. That's what I usually already do that for SIs, because sometimes I know if we're raiding, you eventually figure out when to like fit in stuff, right? So I know that. So like I know when to fit it in, like when we don't need a recovery later on that would be more beneficial for SIs, or just save it for later on once it's off cooldown. No, but my other question, okay, so I know for Asylum, I used Asylum, Indulgence, and Temperance for too early. And, yeah, and I didn't have any Lilies, because I kind of, like, I think I should have, like, given myself a second just to throw down a Medica 2 for a regen, and then maybe have Lilies a little bit more on demand, especially if I was using Temperance, because, like, if Lilies work with Temperance, if I pop Temperance, might as well have the buff with the Lilies, because Plenary Indulgence works with the Medicas, right? And yeah, with the Medicas. So, alright. So it's essentially been a week since I've played White Mage. So, we're adjusting back. I've been asking Square for an Asai slider in the character creation for years. And then if you hold it for less than 10 seconds at a time, you can wait a bit, otherwise cooldown is better. Okay, I see. Pay attention, I just panic heal and people are dying. It's okay. Everyone's style of healing is different. If you're a brain rot hardcore raider, use it on cooldown. If you're a Nor player, save it. But if it lines up, you get a free heal. Oh wait, no, basically you always want to use it for damage. Mostly always damage, I see. Sometimes I'll still use it for heal. Sometimes I'm just gonna save it anyway, but I'll try to, like, whenever I see, especially like a group or ads or anything like that, I do want to use it. And then is only relevant for mine or higher. This is mine. This is mine. I know this isn't high end, like, rating content or whatever, but I mean, like, a little bit of the health does make a difference when you have 3 stacks on you. I don't agree with people who say use it on cooldown. You either use it for damage, save for groups, or delayed healing, or MP, rarest case, yeah. And I think it's just like, you know, there's like people who min-max or whatever, right? And there's people who just want to use it like in the most optimal way that works with their playstyle, right? And I think that's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the most optimal way in my playstyle? And then this is she wants Slayer to, yeah, eventually, yeah. The goal is eventually do DSR. I'm not ready, I'm sorry. Not in dungeons, I don't care. It's what I'm learning, what I'm asking and what I'm learning about is like the small incremental things to get up to do harder content. Even if I'm like, I mean, we're used to bashing our face in, right? We've been like doing a little baby prog, doing Shinryu Mine. So yeah. Don't kicked out? Yeah, we won't go AFK. But yeah, so no, so it's mostly just like recognizing what I probably could have done there. Cause the biggest thing was like I said, like having Temperance with Lilies is very nice. I mean, for a second, if I need to get my bearings, I know I don't care if it's not optimal. If I need to get my bearings and get everyone else up to health before I start DPSing again, that's fine. Also, big bench. How is this so well preserved? I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the other buildings around Ondo Cups are so well preserved. But oh my gosh. Like, sorry, not talking about min-maxing stuff anymore. But like back here, like going fully back, like this is incredible. Like from over here, in this area, because I didn't even, the doors opened, I'm assuming, as soon as the boss died, which I was not paying attention. So from like out here to in here, that's really cool. Oh, hi, Burner. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. My raid alerts are not on right now. Fun dungeon. It's not a wipe is not because of the size. Yeah, exactly. It's that a size was not ever like the main point of contention. It was just like one of the many questions I had. And then everyone decided to answer it. But never realized it was such a nice little circle down there as well. It's hi Burner, how are you? How's it going? Hello Raiders. Hi Jay, how are you? You ended up in a 14 streamer? The odds? Welcome in. Were you doing 14 today? But Burner, thank you so much for the raid. Hi Raiders. Hi friends. My name is Notice. I jokingly say I'm a Final Fantasy variety streamer at the moment. We're playing 14. I'm currently in Shadowbringers. We are doing 5.2 and we are an Nesis? Yeah, Amnesis Ander right now. And I've been dying 2 for 2 bosses. So, can't wait! And apparently I gotta, oh my gosh. Kiwi, you're banned from the next roll, by the way. If you get picked next time you randomly roll, I'm not picking you. And Einder. Thank you. How are you all doing? What'd you end up doing today? You're not banned, don't worry. I was joking. Potentially. Okay, I guess we can move forward. It's just also really interesting to see the scale of things as well over here. Okay, we can go forward. But it's really interesting the scale. It kind of also, like, with all these, like, kind of crystal things, it makes me wonder what this is. Like, what are these? Like, was there research going on here? Because that kind of gives the vibe for it. Hot take. I don't like wall-to-wall. I think that's fine. I think that's reasonable as well. All the way back if you want? No, I'd rather go forward. But I want to go around and look at the stuff. Should we just start the dungeon all over again from the very beginning? Is this a scuffed run? Should we start the stream all over again as well? Let me restart the stream. Let me actually just remake my channel. Can you everyone just follow me? Let's start over completely. I am enjoying Shadowbringers. It has been a lot of fun. Yeah, it definitely has been a lot of fun. You can definitely see the quality, the production quality has really been upped as well. Yeah, exactly, Blues. I actually need to start from 1.0. Can somebody get me a copy of 1.0 actually? Does anybody have Yoshi's number? Can I start from 1.0? No, we are currently in 5.2 and nothing else exists. Here we go, Realm Reborn, let's go! Okay, we actually gotta start from character creation. Yeah, we gotta start from character creation again. I'm going back to Boy Lala. Are y'all ready? Some of y'all haven't seen that phase yet. Look at the stools, they're so big! These things are massive. I could stand in that. So, I'm okay if it's 2 groups. I have signed. You may not have it. You've assigned 1.0 collector's copy? We'll have to find, well, you know what? We need to go to I should go to garage sales and see if anybody has like the OG 1.0 like disc. It's actually really funny. I think Noah actually ended up finding his 1.0 like disc that he got from like forever ago when he was still like, a WoW player. And I love that so much. Okay, we gotta redo it. We gotta go completely back. Oh, this is Jay. Okay, thank you. Do you have 2 accounts? Stools, not potato chips. Return to 1.0. You could fail a meld item, and if you did, you lost the material and the piece of gear too? Rough. How much is a 1.0's collector sign copy? I don't know. It depends on who can buy it. There's like people who like list it, but who's willing to buy it is the real question. Isn't the original disc collector's edition? I don't know. I don't know. I got it. You got it off the. You got it signed at a Distant Worlds concert. I don't want to look it up. You don't want to get tempted. All right. Can we pull? Go to the next area. I'm assuming we have to go up the staircases. I think there's a treasure coffer there too. Look at these plants. Okay, we're just gonna redo this dungeon. Like I said, we're going back to 1.0 and 2.0. If you don't do it, I'm gonna go die again. I'm gonna pull him because I'm the tank. And diner. And eider. That's what it is. Okay, I got it. Actually, we can't get up those stairs. These ones over here. I'm just realizing this now. Looks like there's another path on this side. Oh! This is weird. They're recharging! This is weird. Oh! Oh, that's what happens if it recharges. I see. I see. Demands your head. Oh, don't look at me! No, what? Don't look at me! Oh, okay, we have to pull it far. Okay, got it, I got it. I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, wait. I wasn't scared. I'm fine. Is that jazzy music? I like the music. It's nice. I really hope we discover what these crystals are for later. I'm sure we will. Ooh. Noesis? This music's really eerie. Merciless Matriarch. Team? Ooh, okay. Alright, alright. He'll be fine. Alright. I'm just kind of looking at the platform. I think everything will be okay. Why can't you wait for your own counter? Genbu Part 2? Seabed ceremony? I'm assuming they're going forward. Nothing of the depths? Nothing? Ooh. Ooh! Oh! I don't like this! Oh, I don't like this at all. Okay, okay. This is the correct... There's still water on these. Okay. So we're gonna be going... I really should be helping with DPSing. So that was definitely a different ceremony. I was thinking it was the first one we had. Oh, there's double-sided. It's double-sided. Oh, I am so sorry. I don't have anything to give you right now. Do we have to watch out for these? Oh, we have to go on them. And... okay. Betrayed. Ow, that's my liver. It might be a repeat of the first one. Ah! No! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I so don't want to die. I so don't want to die. No, please, 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 don't make. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm trying so hard. Please, I can't. I don't want to die. Just don't die. Don't cover me. You can't just cover when it could potentially have been your fault that I maybe was gonna die. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Limit break? Y'all don't limit break. I'm gonna. You know what? Actually, it's mine. It's mine. I am fine. I'm so fine. Everything is normal and fine. Thanks. Thanks for seeing my hard work with that limit break. I'm so fine. It's so fine. I'm so fine. Nothing is the matter. We did it though. Wow. I think someone is trying to kill the streamer. I mean, I don't know. There's a grate there, right? Or something? Like, something about grates? Maybe. It could have been. I broke my streak, though, out of a lot of determination and, like, spite. Not against anybody, just myself. We did witness it. Thank you. Okay, so it did happen. I wasn't hallucinating. I'm not gaslighting myself to saying, you know what, that was just a mechanic, right? You weren't supposed to just go. Exactly. So, I'm not hallucinating. If you don't want those mobs spawn, you stand on the grates. Yes. Okay, got it. Which mobs though? I know there was a grate part, but I don't know when that happens, or is it only whenever it shows up? I guess first time, right? So I stood on the grates one time though. I did do that, so that's good. But no, was there another grate over here? And there was another grate over here? There's two of them? There's a mob that was tethered to the boss. Oh, that was when the mobs are tethered. Okay, all right, and it ran from across the room at you. I think I remember that. I think that's when I was trying to run around and not die. Okay, I have to probably redo it again, to be honest. Everything is cool and normal. Okay, it healed everyone, no other way a white mage could do that. It healed everyone. The limit break? Yeah, just do it off stream. Yeah, okay. They're pressing bubbles because the mobs are pressing the water back out and they're coming out. Ah. Okay, but the thing is, like, I do remember that. I do remember standing on one of the grates too. So I did do that once, but it happened multiple times. So I just have to pay attention of when it happens again and again. Because I got the rotation down of when it was doing the ceremonial thing. So that's good. So I did that part. But then after that, I think it was just kind of making sure I was in the right place and not getting hit by everything. For the mobs will get killed by the hand, so you have to stand on the ones that don't get hit by the hand. The grates? That don't get hit by the hand? The grates? I think it will make more sense if I just end up doing it again later. Okay, so that's fine. It's already 7 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Okay. Please tell me I'm so close. One moment. I need to read the Scion's dialogue real quick. 'Tis a boon we find this sanctum intact. Or watch back the video. I could probably do that again, but I was kind of struggling and kind of angry. We may have at last turned our attention to the investigation. That was all of them? Every last one? If there were more guards, we'd know by now? They'd be here by now? Okay. Come now. Come now. She was maniacal? The remaining Benthos may struggle. That goes too fast. I know, like, you're not supposed to technically even just, like, read it out loud, but... Bereft of the leader. Oh, that was the queen! Man. Sorry, I'm really slow today. I don't know why, because you would think... I ate today. I had lunch, I had a snack, but I'm just really slow today. Okay. We got this. Let's go. She was indeed the queen. It makes sense. I got it now. Context clues. Thank goodness for so much dialogue as well. So we definitely beat up the queen. And they are leaderless now. And we shall see what happens after this. Which it's so interesting that, like, because this is actually part of what Amaron. It is not just like what they were saying that like Emmett had made it, like created the, I guess, the fake one. But like this lasted for so long. And almost like it lasted for so long and it's here. And it also makes you wonder as well, like in the source, is there anything left of Amarant there too? If it's like this has lasted for so long in the first. That's so cool though. Okay. Alright, cool. You did that part right? Okay, thank you. I did one thing right. If there's a cutscene after this, can we go ahead and leave? It's fine. I stayed alive at this one. I'm assuming there might be a cutscene. My request is that we all leave. Yeah? Please? Sometimes I know, because I'm just thinking though, like I wish I could like take away some music or like some certain sounds like during cutscenes, I guess. But I'm not gonna demand anybody. I'm just gonna go. Oh, the sound again.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
Oh yeah.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
I wonder, yeah, so if this is where they created things? That's why the unknown thing was there. That's why the unknown thing was there. Maybe that's where things got twisted as well. Oh. Holograms of them? Thank you all for joining us at Anider in these most perilous times. Diplomatic Ancient One. So yes, seeing them all again here. And it's also really interesting because this is just a memory. Like this is like potentially a recording, I suppose. By the summoning of Zodiark, have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as the law. He has woven may seem they will not serve to forestall our doom. So they knew. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Okay, so I feel like there's so much that like I need to take in. So the defector, I'm assuming potentially some of these people do not believe Zodiark would be the answer. Wither 10 your thoughts. Wither 10 your thoughts, Vinat. Where you lead, we will follow you. The gnat? I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Oh, it's just like, I'm assuming it's similar to like how we've like gone through this as well, but the people who summoned Zodiark and the people who summoned Hydaelyn, they all just wanted the same thing. They just wanted to, like, you know, save their planet. They save their star, save their world. But so I wonder if this person is somebody who ended up like potentially like being on the side of like summoning Hydaelyn. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure. I have no doubt, because this is kind of like it's like taped. It's recorded. Yet it is plain they will not see countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question: are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light. Oh no, they are! Let us bring forth the light that shall ever keep the darkness in check. Okay.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
Venar?
For a certainty, Emet-Selch never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained. And to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles.
Didn't they also just say that Venar was the defector? Wait, no, that's somebody else. Because there's somebody who ended up leaving the convocation. So maybe not them, but they were saying they've reached out to the defector and it has fallen on deaf ears, I suppose. Wait, let me go back. I had hoped the defector at least would side with us, but regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. So who's the defector? Defector. We only know so many Ascians, not Ascians, but ancient ones, Ascians, whatever. We only know so many ancient ones and their names at the moment. So this is just like another puzzle piece in the large picture of Hydaelyn versus Zodiark right now. But once again, it's like both sides are only trying to, like, it's the same. They're trying to do the same thing, but in different ways.
We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that.
I wonder if we'll find more.
I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
It was the pillars behind us?
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Also, I know it's because, like, you know, like, there's like some Allagan elements I see here, but it's probably because, you know, Emmet made the Allagans and then therefore had influences of his star onto each of the other civilizations. Ooh. Vana, please, why must it be you? It's their story is so sad because so many of them chose to like essentially sacrifice themselves to save everyone else. It's a story time and time told. It's a story, it's something that's told time and time, but it never gets easier. It's never less sad. If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it be another, any other. You are our leader, none can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause, far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Heidelin is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Like, talking about Heidelin now, it just, like, makes me think of Minthelia. Then, I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the convocation felt about Elidibus? So, whoever that Elidibus was, right? Because I know they're just titles. Who's the one that was sacrificed for Zodiark? I mean that's clearly what they're implying.
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Who took his role? Oh my gosh. I definitely had to rewatch these scenes a couple times. You're going so deep on the first one, had to come back and rewatch. Yeah, the thing that's what happened to me in like prior scenes when we like had talked to like the Crystal Exarch and with Emmett. Like we had to go back. I literally went back and took notes. We took notes and I still have my notes as well. So like I am glad that I'm still pausing in between because sometimes we need a second to like take it all in. Otherwise it feels like overwhelming. Like how much I know many thoughts on all the silence so much. It's like who is this? So we have Vana and then we have Elidibus as well. Vana, I have no clue who the defector is. So Heidelin, and so this is their HQ. Who took the role of Elidibus? Who is this? We don't know. We have no clue. They're not actually the emissary that we thought they were. Okay, alright. Let's talk to Alfie. I'd always assumed Elidibus to be the same ilk as La Habrea and Emmett itself, but if the real Elidibus sacrificed himself before the Sundering. It makes no sense. This is where I'm like literally trying to take notes, Alice. There's a lot right now, and I agree. And like, what are they doing too? Why are they taking the name Elidibus? Why are they also trying to be Ardbert? Like, who are they? That this facility shared intimate ties with the, Academia and Eider may readily be discerned from the common elements in their names. Based on the mine observation, 'tis like that the form housed here were conveyed unto the Academia only when required, and thence returned for safekeeping. Yet such procedural minutiae are of largely academic research or academic interest, I concede. 'Tis unto the party which did frequent these institutions that our thoughts should rightly turn. Specifically, the follows of Vana and the convocation of the 14th. To say naught of the matter of Elidibus. And there I was thinking immortal was bad. Would someone explain to me how we're meant to kill a being who doesn't technically exist? Oh no. Do you think we might be able to activate the device again? I would like to hear how those discussions ended. Oh boy, whose man is this? I don't know. I don't know whose man this is. When I first played, I totally lost the unknown defector part. And the thing is, I remember somebody left because this was like something that we had done in when we were in Amarot. Like they talked about how somebody left the 14th, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember recalling correctly. So I wonder if that's the same person who defected, but also who would that be as well? So I was like, at first I was like, wait, Vana, who is now like on Heidelin's side, or like, you know, wanting to summon Heidelin to have that balance, but did not work, unfortunately. Unfortunately, what would the world have been if it had worked? What kind of Final Fantasy game would this have been if it did work? Because at that point still, they had still lost like half their people, it seems like, to summon. Maybe not. It still lost so many people, even at that point in the final days. Okay, all right. This is why notes are cool. This is important. We're taking notes. Okay. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that we kind of missed as well? It's kind of cool that like the text that is not like in English or anything is in red, that we can kind of like differentiate the two. But that was a good point as well, because okay, so the crystal repository on the way, the Benthos seem to employ them in using their spellcasts. So yeah, there's the crystal repository before. In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon. Oh, sorry. Drawn upon in the act of creation. So great and abundant should reside here, lendeth the credence of Eustrola's conclusion, the facility held great importance. In most perilling times, by the summoning of Zodiark, we have granted a reprieve. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. Ooh, I think that's also really interesting that even at that, we knew that people opposed them, and they didn't, like, oppose Zodiark, and they didn't think Zodiark would save them, but, like, seeing it, like, more in detail and seeing the conversations. Stubborn fools. I mean, yeah, the Astins are kind of stubborn. I hope that a defector at least. Okay, so that's kind of the biggest part. And then Vana is their leader. A chance. The form I shall take will ever remain my choice. That's interesting. That I'm kind of curious about as well, to learn more. The form? The form I shall take shall ever remain my choice. Okay, I gotta move forward. We gotta hurry up. Thank you. Being pink and tinged is cool because they carried it over since around blue. Oh yeah, that's neat. That's actually really, really neat because I'm assuming like during yeah, was La Habrea's voice like in red-ish whenever he took over Thancred? Like in MSQ scenarios? Kind of stubborn is so funny. The context of Emmett. I have lived 1,000 years to realize he is incredible. He also like talk about like doing things out of spite and stubbornness. Yes, 100% Emmett. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike a netherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. I wonder if we attune to it, will it bring up anything differently as well? No response. Confound it. I mean, if we've had special powers so far, right, it would only make sense. If I may, my lady, the panel did formally admit a soft yet oh my gosh, why can't I say the word? Perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate function at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. Okay, also, y'all wanted a new small emote, right? Y'all wanted a new small emote? I think this is the perfect new small emote. Doth perceive! The white robe emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus. Yet, if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the Sun Ring came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Emmet Selk did once reveal in passing. The names by which we know our foes are not given to the Ascians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such times as the roles becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiac's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted not to be the same, but the predecessor and the successor. I mean, that makes sense. That's what I was thinking as well. It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the ones we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. So I remember, we do know that three remained, including Emmett, after the Sundering. And we do remember the vacant seat as well. I will remain for a time. I will not abandon my attempt to revive the device so soon. There's more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou shalt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. Beneath the surface. You may enter with a party of NPCs. Okay, and then trust as well. Oh, I forgot. I had conjurer, or a white mage here. While it is true our findings have raised more questions than they have answered, it is not impossible that Y'shtola will gain access to additional records, and if nothing else, we have spared Yulmore from invasion. Answers never did come to us tied neatly with a bow. We'll get to the bottom of things eventually. Hopefully, this will make the Benthos think twice before raiding the stores of their fellow Ondo again. Yeah, without a queen and everything. Does she really not mind working alone? She usually prefers it. She does not mind company sometimes. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Wait. Y'shtola by herself? How rude! Wait, am I supposed to do this one? I don't think it's time yet because I haven't gotten the quest, the marker. I haven't gotten the achievement, right? So it's not time yet. I have to keep going. Right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. It's the patch name, Echoes of a Fallen Star. Orange presumably has ideas as to what you might usefully do while Y'shtola pursues her investigations. One more. Okay. Can we but recover Elidibus's true origins? We may yet come to understand his design. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress within the spirit vessel? He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Okay. Oh, they're gonna actually just take us? How wonderful. Oh. The cutscene kind of worries me a little bit, though. Just a little. Just a little lot. Just a lot. Oh no.
Dare I ask what's going on?
A crowd is always concerned.
Excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
This is... what is this doing?
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
Defending the city was doing your bit as well, though.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need.
Oh, it's so misguided.
That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Helping, like, defending a city. Defending a city is helping people. Making sure that making sure that people are safely able to do their jobs, whether it be farming, making armor, you know, I don't know, cleaning things, growing stuff. That's important too. People, chocobos, you name it. Yes. Well, yes. This one is interesting. People, chocobos, you name it. Maybe this one.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help.
There's also people who need help in your own neighborhoods.
We follow in your footsteps,
town.
And I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
No, not Thyler. I was hopeful for you. Ugh. The look on her face. They are really misguided.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
How do we make them understand that? Oh? Thunder? What? Oh my goodness. What is happening? This is not a normal thunderstorm.
What's happening to the sky?
No, oh my gosh. What? The stars, the sky. This is what happened in Amaranth. Oh my gosh. Why is this happening though?
Wicked light.
The starry sky.
Oh no.
They need to take shelter.
By the 12.
A star shower.
It's Item.
I hear a voice.
Why do they hear her
know.
voice?
And why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Are they trying to dilute her powers?
Feel? Think?
Is that why he wants more Warriors of Light?
I hear it.
That's why they want more Warriors of Light?
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light!
This can't be such, like, and this, I was gonna say,
You're back!
this can't be some kind of, like, illusion. Was it?
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
Gosh, no.
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, the hero.
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the Echo.
So we're learning more about the Echo.
And an echo
Great.
it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto. Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the Echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Heidelin has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Very interesting.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light.
Wait.
And together with
Oh
my
my gosh.
comrades in arms,
Don't tell me
I shall
Olympus
save
is
the world.
Vinay. Vana.
just like you.
You Vana. Oh my gosh. My brain. Are they playing 3D chess? No, I don't know. I can't tell. Wait, no, because okay, as far as we know, up to this point, they are Heidelin's heart. But what if they didn't get sacrificed? But what if they did? But what, or it could be an ally. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, my brain. That's what they meant. Sorry, I'm going back. Where'd I put it? They said, whoever this was said something about their dream, right? They said something, so the Wayward Warrior. Okay, all right, sorry, I gotta, gotta go back further apparently. Where is, so that's Ardbert. Wayward Warrior looks like Ardbert. Would see a feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled! Oh my gosh, actually, I think they are. They might actually be a servant of Heidelin. But what are they doing? What is happening? But also, no, because like if they're unsundered, they want the same thing as the other Astians. They want to make the rejoining happen. The rejoining is still probably their end goal. It is just the side of the rejoining with Heidelin rather than Zodiark. Oh dear. Oh no. I knew that was important to write down. I'm concerned. Okay, alright. One moment. Gotta turn my page and take more notes. Okay, so what you saw is So the exact star shower scene is what you saw when you started a character in 1.0. We do need to actually start over in 1.0. Oh my gosh. Well, like when I was joking, like in the dungeon, we need to start over. Y'all were right. We gotta go back to 1.0. I gotta go all the way back. I gotta start over. Wow. Okay, yes, and it also makes sense because we had this discussion yesterday, especially when Y'shtola and Urianger, when I was wanting to say Y'shtola and Urianger was right. They were right. They were right when they were saying, like, when we were talking about the Echo yesterday, and then also we did talk about the Echo in chat a little bit, and y'all were saying, you know, well, okay. We were talking about yesterday too, and I was thinking like, oh, the Echo and the Warrior of Light and everything like that, like people who are blessed. But the Warrior of Light kind of means something a little bit different, I feel like, in my brain, of like people who are actively, well, no, everyone is actively doing it. I don't know. People who are blessed with the Echo. Blessed the Echo. I don't know. Okay. So I wrote it down. So when we were talking about the Echo yesterday, it defies explanation, is a power that belongs to the ancients, the unsundered. Y'shtola was talking about this. When we were talking to Y'shtola at Tiona, whenever we went to Tiona's grave, is when we talked about the Echo, right? And now, it is, so at that point, it was just us and Y'shtola. So the boys were not there. It was a girls' trip. It was a girls' trip when we went. And so Y'shtola not being here as well, it didn't, like, she was saying it's pure speculation, but I was like, Y'shtola, you wouldn't, even if it's speculation, like, you came to multiple, like, you dipped into multiple sources to come up to that speculation. And that's what she said yesterday. She said that it was a power, like, speculating, like, it's a power belonging to the ancients. And he just confirmed that. Whoever fake Ardbert Elidibus is. Oh my gosh, we really don't know this person's actual identity. Whoever this is, Lore Master Die. So, let's go back. It doesn't exist anymore. It does not exist anymore. If you start a character right now, you'll see the star shower. Oh my gosh. It's also in A Realm Reborn too. Is it in the A Realm Reborn like trailer? It's crazy because as a community we claim a Warrior of Light as a community name, so the devs really twisted. I know, it's crazy because as a community claimed Warrior of Light as a community name, so the devs really twisted it. You know, Y'shtola never met backup. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, no, never met. Wait. Y'shtola never met backup with Minfilia out of all the Scions. Even Alize met her more after she left the source than Y'shtola? Wait, what do you mean? I recall as you walk into the city, your starting city, you see a star? I gotta go back. I gotta start. I gotta start all over again. You see it when you meet a Scion. Actually, frick. I'm just trying to remember. Where's my first VOD? Does my first VOD have the Alize and Alfie part on it? Oh boy, do we gotta go, we might need a time travel all the way back, is what I'm concerned about. That was in 2023? Oh, don't worry about that. That was Day 1, Part 1. How early was I in for this part? Let's see. I think I had already talked to Alize. No, yeah, I had already seen the cutscene. Dang. I'd already seen the cutscene by the time that I played Final Fantasy for the first day. Oops. Make a new account, level skip? I'm not paying for a level skip. I'm sorry, I refuse to do that. So in your name, your character dreams of it on the carriage? Yeah, I didn't save that one because that was on my ult account. I ended up making my character on my ult account, my ult Steam, like, Twitch account, so I never saved that VOD. It can be viewed from the inn? Oh! Whoa, thank you. Thank you, Tuesday. Other Scions are with us. We bump into her, like Thancred a couple times with her as a Scion, but every time your stroll isn't there. Your stroll is always busy though, right? Checking a video, it does look like the same scene. You're just way closer to it. If you wanted to, you could just make a new character preferred world and just burn through the story. And I guess after that, if I make it on a preferred world, burn through the story, and then I just end up world transferring, right? Good point. Good. So smart, actually. Because I actually, maybe if I do that, I'll just transfer that character to EU one day. I did it, I had it in, I started in Gridania. I started as White Mage. Accept your Strolla? That is sad. I wonder... I don't know. I wonder if... Okay, that's... Okay, I see. Cry. You can't make me cry on command. EU has preferred worlds, though. They're on Chaos, though. You mentioned... Maybe... The thing is, if I want, like... I guess I could still just transfer over there, though. Come to Chaos. I think y'all were talking about Light. I still haven't confirmed which one Jenna is on. I can make multiple EU characters, I guess. I mean, I could just start on Chaos and then transfer to wherever Jenna is afterwards. We have cookies. Okay, which one is best on Chaos? Level 5, Chasing Shadows? Chasing Shadows, that's the one that's... What MSQ is my character on in this VOD? Close to home. I don't think that's the right one, though. Yeah, because that's before. Wait, what? No, that's different. Wait a second. Whoa, I don't remember this. This was this was February 7th, 2023, though. So we had just met two of our friends. Chasing Shadows? Is that what you said? Oh, I do have this VOD! Oh my gosh, wait, I do have this VOD! I do have the VOD Tuesday! Oh my gosh. Cause you meet Pabalimo, you meet Ida, right? There's like whole cutscene! Oh my gosh. Wow, okay. Like, oh my gosh, there's a whole cutscene. There's a crystal! Oh! Where do you see it, though? Is it before this? I have this VOD. Okay, should we watch the VOD next time? With the sword? Okay, I think we probably should watch the VOD next time, though. We have to finish this! Okay, alright, whoa. We'll watch the VOD, we'll rewatch that cutscene, we'll take it all in. I know, it is. I gotta go, I gotta lock in. It did remind me of Emerald. I mean, all the fear, the sadness. Oh my gosh, is that what? Wow, Reen, is that why Hydaelyn chooses to show the star shower? To invoke the fear and the sadness and like that strong, oh my gosh, that strong feeling? Oh my goodness. So, star shower? I bet, literally, okay. Like, I'm not saying this in a trivializing way. Like, literally, Hydaelyn is like Hydaelyn is literally triggering people into that, like, in the deepest parts and like crevice in their souls to awaken the echo in them. Oh my gosh. Like, literally, like, wow, that's very interesting. But triggering that echo in them. Actually, like, like, literally. Unsettling though this is, I'm certain our friends in the guard will use the echo well, or well, with good intentions at least. Though I like not what it pertaineth, having been treated to so unambiguous a demonstration. I cannot well conclude aught, but the star showers are indeed an instrumental in awakening the echo. Yet we have not attributed such credence to all that Elidibus hath claimed, that he too seeketh this star's salvation for once. And there he goes again, though I don't suppose he would have given us an honest answer about his history had he stayed. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand, but he has made a fine mess of things, is plain. We've learned a lot, and we need to update him. He is gone then? I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, at least delay, their departure. But as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Von Ard are among them, I'm sorry to say. They have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plan for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree, though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken. The men and women in those footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light. Arbert, yourself most of all. And so, I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for a morrow launch, and you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the elder seed seer took time to usher you out into the world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather falters Thyler's and Von Ard's, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Anamnesis to us. Okay, alright. My thoughts are, should I just stop and just finish this next week? Or should I just continue? If it's not too terribly long? They're true sprouts. No, I'm going on an adventure! I'm so sorry. I severely underestimated today. Like, very severely. Where in Omrang? I mean... Where in Omrang? I mean, you know, around. Oh my boy. I'm very concerned for both of them. He looks very hesitant as well. You know what they should do? They should talk to some of the people, some of the mercenaries in near the pendants in that area. They're wonderful and lovely. You again? Huh? What? Okay, sorry. You again? Sorry, not you, not that way. You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. Okay, sorry. I think the way he said you again was much different than how I said it at first. You can be sure that we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us? I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. I'm really afraid for them. Plot reasons. And when larger threats looms, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. We have to give them some motivation, and then hopefully some motivation, being realistic, and then also like being safe, right? The path shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there. I think we're gonna say this. We'll be off then. Farewell, warrior of darkness, and thank you. Still guards through and through. Gia would 100% knock some sense into them, and also make them drink a lot. I'm sure that's not the last we'll see of them. Back at the gates in the ocular. They'd be too drunk to take an Amara out of the city if Gia was involved. Or Giat. Give them 3 minutes of Giat in the dark night. Do you have business? Yes, I do. I keep forgetting every single time it's the same one with this one. True Heart. This is where I got my search info. It was too perfect. Oh. I need to read it again later. You caused quite a stir when you set forth as the Elder Seedseer's newly appointed envoy, you know. Minfili was delighted. The world is ever in need of heroes, she said. I want to do a Realm Reborn again. I take it they were suitably inspired? This land is our home, and it is we who must protect it. Even if he didn't believe a word he was saying, it's all the same part of some terrible scheme. It's hard not to take his message to heart. I mean, it's true though, like whatever he is like planning, like there were good parts of what he said. Honestly, don't listen to all this prattle about life-changing importance of your words to impressionable young heroes. You could nod mutely in their general direction and they'd still be inspired. Alisaie is so real. I take it that they were suitably inspired. Thou art returned, and at a most opportune time. We have but this moment concluded our account of all that has come to pass in the deep. I was so deeply immersed in my research that I entirely failed to notice the star shower. Bugger. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. I'm still really nervous, though. Really nervous what's to come. Nods mutely. Well, your findings in Amnesis and Aninder do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary. We are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason, we must needs trust to Ystola's ingenuity and wait for her efforts to retrieve the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He wouldn't be impossible to find. Especially if one of your experience. It does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. Oh. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting caught myself, so you don't need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? All right, and I'll look forward to your return. They trust each other so much. And it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. And so far as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made progress with the spirit vessel? Of course, we are presently studying the principles of underpinning memory transference, and I believe nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there's still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. No, he needs to rest. You do need to rest. I know it's a figure of speech, but still. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thine burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. Oh, are they being little guards? Then perhaps could I help? There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Oh, our little guards! I wonder if Alize might... Well, no, Alize probably isn't going to go back to Journey's Head. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plan into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might want to take the opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants? Oh my gosh, we haven't been out of the Pendants in so long! You know who else who we haven't seen in so long? We haven't seen Arbor in so long! Knowing not whether Elidibus or our ever-waning connection to the source representeth the more pressing problem, we must needs attend to both, and risk solving neither. Never fear, I too will continue this to assist the Exarch to the best of my ability. If that means casting the odd sleep charm, so be it. No! These three. One of these methods will work. It must. Of course, I don't wish to worry Lena. She has more than enough to worry about already. But I swore that I would return you all home. Oh, we're telling him that he needs to take care of himself. Look at us cross our arms. All right, fine. I will henceforth endeavor to take breaks when appropriate, while Lena is watching. Oh, that was so cute. We did not see Arbor half an hour ago. I will accompany my brother and make sure he doesn't get carried away. You will do as you're told and get some rest. Both of you. Both of us. Both of us. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. Honestly, he's a danger to himself, and if I were Lena, I think I would have hit him over the head with a blunt object by now. At least then he'd lie down. Alize with the tough love. And I love that Alize kind of picks on Graha. I think she sees I think he's kind of a little bit of a rival for our attention, right? And kind of picks on him. I love it. She definitely teases him. She's used to it. She's used to teasing brother figures, right? The both of us. Honestly, he's a danger to himself. That was cute. I really like that. Like, and in these little interactions, like, you can really see, like, your character, like, reacts a different way. The both of you. We immediately... The way that we just continue, we just immediately... I look at Graha. Graha looks at Alize, and Alize looks... Oh my gosh, looks back at him. She probably sees a lot of Alfie in him. I feel like it. They're both really well-meaning, and they want the best for people. The pow triangle! There's so much to be done, and so little I can do to help. But you can count on me to play my part. Play my part in the empty. We'll be there soon. Ought we inform the citizens that the star shower was an illusion? Do you think? You might sleep better for the knowledge that no danger was done. There is sure to be no shortage of potential heroes upon those good-natured whose good-nature Elidibus will try to prevail. The trick will be in anticipating which settlement he'll direct his attention towards next. Okay, so we talked to everyone. Back to the pendants! Ooh, wait! Ooh, wait. Sorry. Wait, how? Wrong door! I was like, wait, it's like, where's the exit? I was like, something's wrong here. Imagine if they got rid of the exit. Psst, I did not mean to do that. I was trying to zoom. Alize, I've come here to chew gum and pick on nerdy folk, and I'm out of gum. It's 100% what she's doing. She does pick on the nerds. She does. We slightly get a pass though, because she loves us. Oh man, I'm really excited. I haven't gone back to the pendants in a bit. As a pleasure as always, Mistress Yu. I'm relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion, though, if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you'll be retiring to your suite? Yes, please. Very good. Do let me know if there's anything you require. The echoes of a fallen star. We did it! Oh wait, okay. We almost did it. We almost did it. Feels a little empty, a little lonely. But it's kind of like really relieving that it's night. Were you restless? It seems late. Sorry, that like that like subtle sound in the background. Mistress Yu, it's Glynard from the Wandering Stairs. Sorry. Mistress Yu, it's Glynard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling you so late. Is something the matter? A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. One of our friends? Oh, wait, you get to pick? Wait, you get to pick? Okay, oh no, I really like all of them, right? I really like... Wait, you can pick Taynar too? Wait, okay. Tanar, Grayson, I have to pick one. There's only one that I'm gonna pick. I have to pick her. She's my girl. Oh. Lolly ho, stranger. Ah! She's so cute! Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. It's our, I know, like, literally speaking of the doors, like, when I was saying, like, those who need to go speak to our, like, our friends, our mercenary friends at the bar and everything. Lolly ho, stranger. Oh, I love this. So there I am, minding my own business, quaffing my ale when I heard a ruckus outside. And then, clear as day, warrior of light. That sounded like trouble to me. And I knew that if anyone was going to trouble herself over that trouble, it'd be you. So I gave Gleiner the old, but I'm your best customer routine. So I gave Gleiner the old, but I'm your best customer routine until he agreed to bring me here. And now, you know where sorry, I need to read this all at once. And now I know where you live. Great, ain't it? She's so funny. Look at her face. I love her so much. Okay, that sounded like trouble to me. So I knew if anyone was going to trouble herself over that trouble, it'd be you. So I gave Gleiner the old, but I'm your best customer routine until he agreed to bring me here. But now I know where you live. Great, ain't it? But then also the Warrior of Light stuff too is concerning. Is definitely concerning. Whoa. Of course she would be down in drinks. Look at her, she's so angry. Some bastards walking around with a Giata, she's a shipper. She's a shipper. She is. This is such perfect girl time. Like, this is some bastards walking around Arbert. Lameets Arbor? Like a second-hand jerkin? I was just as angry. I don't know what's more effective, that or that you let him leave without a proper dwarven decking. He did vanish. He did vanish into thin air. A certain Hobson refused to teach me. A certain Hobson refused to teach me. Bah, in a pinch, an improvised decking would have been fine. Tell you what, I'll show you how to knock that bastard flat in a blink of an eye, here and now. Taboos be damned. After all, we ain't about to let him keep on like that, are we? Pretending to be Arbert? Lameets Arbert? Lameets Arbert! Where Lala's on a mission. Step 1, make a fist. Step 2, extend your arm. Step 3, beat him senseless. Got it? Okay, we got it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna learn. We're learning! Everyone, are you learning? Okay, we gotta beat them senseless. Good. Now make me proud. Oh my gosh. She's so good. She is so best girl. Arbor, where are you? I hope he's resting. Don't. No! Meanwhile! Meanwhile in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus. I was gonna say, don't meanwhile me. Don't do it. Wait. But like...
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Is it the crystal?
Art thou unwell?
Is he overextended?
Perhaps a brief respite. It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine.
Oh, he can't say he's just fine.
And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
I wonder if he was overextending himself, or is it just like something with the crystal? Oh no. Oh no. Ugh. But oh my gosh. Why? What is he doing here? Wait, I was like the Emiratians, but like... Oh my gosh, no. Why is he here? Leave me alone. Please, what's happening? Is he living through the final days too? This is Amarat, the dungeon. This is the final days. What is he doing here? Stop. What is he doing? What are you doing here? Is he reliving a memory?
The dream again.
Oh, wow. Meanwhile, in the source. Where is he? Is this the...
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
A voice we have not heard before. For the white-robed figure.
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Always dreamed of it?
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
How do you know about Emmett? Who are you?
Final days.
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
I don't like that smile. No. I don't like this. I don't like... I don't like this! Oh Oh my gosh. I don't like any of this. What's going on? Okay, alright. So, White Road Figure knows about Emmett and knows about the final days secondhand. And, like, Xenos' outfit change, I will say, begrudgingly, outfit is pretty slick. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good outfit. I say that with the most contempt. The most contempt and the most begrudgingly. It's a good outfit, though. On the next episode, next week, next Saturday, 5.3. It's better than his original mask armor. Theater kid energy too dang high. Correct interaction. Shouldn't have eaten those chocolate brownies before bed. It's our bestie. No, it is a pretty good fit. Like, this new fit, is pretty good. He's looking for his friend. You know that angry cat? What's that angry cat emote? What? Let me look for it. It's like, it's on my Discord. I have it. One moment. Where's the angry cat emote? There's one specific one. Oh, it's the ragey one, I think. I think it's called ragey. This is me. This is how I feel. This little, like, ragey, that's me. That's me. That's how I feel about that being an angry cat. All right, I'm fine. I'm like super fine and normal. I've not yet. I have to find one of the artists that I'm interested in and get some stuff commissioned. And it's expensive because emotes are like 30 bucks a piece. And I have a lot of emotes on my backlist right now. 5.2 release was before lockdown, and then work from home situation really hecked it up. Until August? Y'all did not get 5.3 till August? Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's a long time. I'm so sorry for anybody who had to wait that long. 6 months. That is wild. I can understand why people went back and like essentially comb through every cutscene that has happened thus far and to like really like get as much as you can in, like sink your claws, sink your fangs into them, right? Wow. Okay, there's so much. Okay, I actually would love to theorize more. I gotta watch that cutscene again and write notes, but I need to do Shinryu mine. I'm sorry, my static is waiting for me. My static, who is everyone, like a lot of people in chat already, they're waiting for me. I need to go. I'm so late. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to be this late. I truly apologize. I underestimated this patch. I understand what Saray and Win was saying. I 100% underestimated it, and I need to go. There's on time. I'm gonna skip time. Okay, no problem. You're all good. Hey, you did it. We did it. We finished 5.2. We did it. It happened. And yeah, my thoughts and my reactions. I did not expect this. I'm really excited, and it was great. Hey, they knew when they signed up. Did you hear that Soken actually wrote the music for 5.3 when he was getting... What? He did? Is he in remission as well? I hope he is. It's dense. It's very, very dense. Like, I need to start real early next week. Yeah, like really early in the day next week. Okay, good to know. I shall find a friend who is online and who we should raid. Let me see. Oh my gosh, yes, I know who to raid. I haven't raided this person forever. I'm so excited. A friend that I have not been able to say hi in like so long because I never end early enough, really. So perfect. Everyone, thank you so much for being here, by the way. I really appreciate it. And I'm not gonna look at the other stuff. I did not see it. He was dealing on it with working with 5.0. I see. Oh yeah, that I do know that. I do know to do the raids. So by the way, next week is gonna be very Final Fantasy 14 dense. Wednesday is Eden Raids number 1, and Thursday is number 2, 5.3 over the weekend. So Saturday, Sunday, and then yeah. Then after that, the next week I'll do the 3rd one. So I will not read other parts of chat. Thank you for the EU friendly stream. It is still so late though. Ken, I'm so sorry. What time? It's like really late right now, I'm pretty sure. Even if it was like vaguely EU friendly, I promise, I'm not gonna try to, the thing is my plan. I'm not gonna say promise. It's true. It's like, it's like, it's after 12 for a lot of y'all. But I'm gonna try my best to actually start around like 12. That's my ultimate goal. I just have to actually go to sleep on time. If I go on sleep on time, I can wake up early enough. Okay, thank you for being here. You all were a fantastic company, and thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for the dungeons. Thank you for tanking for me. Thank you for DPSing and hanging out and just like chilling with me today. I really appreciate it. I understand. I'm feeling a little feral about this, like, about patches right now. Just a little bit. There's so much in my brain. It's fine. I'm fine. There's so much. I'm fine. Anyways, what am I trying to say? We are going to go raid a friend. Thank you for being here. Everyone, have a good rest of your day. Good rest of your night. Sleep well. Take care. Have a good week next week, by the way. I will post the schedule. It'll be on the Twitch scheduler, and it'll also end up being in Discord as well. But definitely Wednesday, Thursday. If there's anything else I'm planning, I'll give you all a heads up. We're gonna go say hi to my friend Chris Hilaire. Right now, currently playing Return of Abra Din. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. So please do say hi for me. Here are my 2 raid messages. These are raid messages for everyone. And the 3rd one is only for tier 3s. Don't be a tier 3. Don't do it. All right. So we're gonna start the raid. If you all are curious, if you want to watch Shinryu Mine, it's gonna be on this account. Yeah, that one Tuesday. It's gonna be on this account. It's gonna be on my alt account. No one's voices are gonna be on it aside from mine, but if anybody wants to watch, that's cool. Yes, rating. We're gonna go say hi to Chris. Don't be a tier 3. use one of the raid messages. And yeah, let's go say hi to him. He also does variety. He does other Final Fantasy games. Not 14. He does play 14, but he mostly like plays other Final Fantasies on stream. He does variety. He's been like, he plays Steel's Persona. I think he ended up doing Hero likes Deltarune as well. Apparently, I have to ask him if he's done the newest chapter as well. Okay, everyone, good night, sleep well, take care. Thank you for being here. I can't wait for next week. I'm actually excited. I'm excited, but also a little feral, and also like I kind of am scared because it feels like there's a lot happening, and I'm afraid what's gonna happen next, and I don't know how to feel about it. I'm like conflicted. I don't know. I have a lot of feelings. That's it. Okay, I'll see you later. Good night, everyone. Take care. See you later. Take care of yourself, right? Drink water. Hydrate. It's gonna be hot next week. Please stay safe, all right? I'll see you later. Bye.